they want me to be?
It'll be right here. So we usually just speak to, address the commission, address county manager right here, and then we have controls.
Okay, so I'll be able to click through.
Yeah, and then we have arrow keys, and then if you click the mouse, this is just a screensaver right here.
Okay, so I'll be able to see on the screen. That's
Yeah, on your
perfect.
screen right down here, and then
Yeah,
it's right here.
yeah.
We're short of projectors.
So do they see the, oh, well, they've already seen it,
Oh,
right?
yeah, and
That's
then
the-
we have monitors for them up front.
Yeah, oh, okay, I see that, yeah.
They'll see this exact same thing.
Okay, am I to sit down here, back here,
Yeah, you
where?
can just sit back here. Usually you see the front row is usually for staff and administrators. That is kind of not here.
Okay.
Over there's good.
Am I allowed to, put my card where they can reach me if they want? Like at their places?
I believe you could submit that to maybe Janet Padilla or Amanda up front. You know, or maybe they ask for it, maybe you could approach them. But yeah, I think that should be all good. I think we should be all.
Because if I remember, there's 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I have 6.
5. 5
And the county manager will be here.
yeah.
Great, all right, I guess that's it. That's pretty easy.
Yeah, good luck, no worries, man. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm used to present, I'm fine, and I'm passionate about this.
Good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, EA days, but one of us.
Thank you so much.
Excellent.
first started the poll worker training, we could only get one microphone to work. And it was this one up here. And so that's where the laptop got left. Who sets up the room each morning?
Pardon?
Who sets up the room each morning?
I have no idea. I'm here to present.
I bet you
Now,
whoever's-
Joseph and Felipe are in the AV room, so they may know. Right. Not in the morning. It's just outside to the right. They're around here somewhere because they got me set up ready to present, so. Are you the county clerk?
No, I'm the social media coordinator.
I wondered, because this looks like a camera.
Yeah.
So, hi, I'm Dawn Duncan.
Hi, nice to meet you.
And
Corey.
Courtney?
Stone.
Corey. Hi, nice to meet you. You should have been our New Mexico congressman.
And who are you with?
Animal Companions of Las Cruces.
Oh, okay. Are you
Working
giving
to-
a presentation?
Yeah, we're working to bring 24/7 emergency care here. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I've had to take my dog to El Paso before.
Oh, my gosh, that is how I found out we no longer had it. We came really close to losing our dog, and one of our board members did lose hers. It's a long drive, it's a long wait.
Yes, especially when a dog's been hit by a car.
Yeah, is that what happened for you?
Drive all the way to El Paso to get
Yeah.
any kind of assistance.
Our Fergus had had cancer surgery the day before, came home at night time, and kept going out in the middle of the night, but it was dark, it was scary, so I get up early with him, go out, there's nothing down but like this week. And, you know, I just was shocked, because there had been some hours the year before, I had gotten her. I was in the hospital, and he was in the county hospital. And they were able to safely see that he was there. So I thought we had it. And then,
You went to that place on Wyatt?
yeah, it's closed, permanently closed.
Yeah, back then when I got there. That's where we went and they didn't have the ability to treat her. So we had to, yeah, so we had to go.
Are you looking for the laptop?
No,
Oh, some lady left her laptop in here and she's looking
Yeah.
for it.
no, I'm checking the chambers before the
Thank you.
meeting
Thank
starts.
you. We appreciate that.
We always do.
Making sure we're safe, Judy, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I did think about that this morning as I was headed over here, because we don't have, things you have to walk through or anything, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we always check before the BOCC meeting.
Ah, I think she's the one who's with Action,
Yes,
so I've met her.
she's very involved with animal.
Yeah. She was at a meeting that wasn't quite what she expected, and she wasn't too thrilled about that.
Yeah, but she may not come because we're in the middle of an election
Can I help
right now.
Can I help you?
Oh, that would be lovely. I took pictures of
Security one, security two, chambers.
these panels are very yellowish, especially with the light.
Which is not good for skin.
Right. So it's like so they have a nice schedule for
That's
their,
right.
for their memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it seems like it's pretty smooth and easy how to
Well,
do all this.
don't count on them starting right at 9.
Okay. A little bit late. Well, and that's typical also. Morning.
Morning. I think it's morning.
Yes, it is. It's morning. It's a lovely morning. Morning.
How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning.
My dear, how are you? Good, how are you?
Numbers not too good, right? Is it okay? Do you need to retape it all?
No, it just has, it's not even good. We can Photoshop it out. We got Photoshop.
Well, I brought 6 of my cards. Do you think you'll let me give it so
Oh,
they
sure.
know how to contact me?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you like, you can go ahead and put them up there now.
Is that please
Okay,
okay?
just stick them on top of the dice, and we'll make sure that they know that they're there.
So like at each of the chairs or what?
Just up here, I was thinking, just right here, maybe.
At each of their.
Right. And then we'll just let them know.
My email says they do it. There's nobody here?
No.
In my office.
Hi.
Or what? Maybe.
I was thinking they were cleaning.
Morning, Commissioner Reynolds.
Good morning.
I recognize you. I just placed my card here.
I see that. Thank you.
And my contact info is on the back.
Ah, Animal Companions of Las Cruces.
That's us.
Ooh. This thing sounds funny when it's like that, doesn't it?
Could be a wolf.
Thank you, Dawn.
Chair right there, the sanitizer bar.
Okay, great, thank you.
I don't know if the assistant county manager will be here today.
So here?
Yes.
Okay, great. We're in shape.
Thank you, Corey. You're welcome.
I see that you were a fellow educator for years like me.
I was in several different ways. My first chance to teach was at the University of Illinois, where I taught as an undergrad. I taught a drafting class, and then I did teach 3 classes here at the ACC, and then I taught in industry for 20 years. Yeah,
I wanted to make sure I knew who I was presenting.
and I don't know if there's any other upstairs. We have 2 veterans, Lynn and I.
Right.
We have 2 engineers, Manny and I. He graduated from #1 university in the country. I graduated from #2. I'm second best.
Well, I was a first gen, inner city Dallas, so it was for me, education was the way I went. So I taught 5 years at Mount Douglas High School. I taught for 4 years, I was actually associate chair of the English department in Texas during my PhD. 25 years.
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I know, I haven't been to Fargo. I've been to Minnesota several times.
Oh, brutal cold.
Remember that.
But you know what, it's a kind of cool place because it's a university town, there are 4 universities there. That doesn't count, but there are.
I really enjoyed it.
Hi, I'm Duncan. And I put my
Thank you.
Contact information.
Great, thank you. I always enjoyed all my trips to Minnesota, just because the people are so wonderful.
They are quite nice.
And the weather, predictable cold, you know, probably up in January, February. But when you get out in the plane and you step out into the air, it's just the most, it seems like it's the cleanest breath I've ever taken in my life.
In Minneapolis, St. Paul, that's a wonderful, wonderful city, but, no, I can't.
Yeah,
Plus, I've wanted to live in New Mexico since I was 17.
you have been,
I've wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
And I had my students work. Morning, not the front row, that's for staff.
Spaceport, the folks on Spaceport will be here.
Yeah.
I guess I'm being told they're gonna.
Yeah. The ones on the left are English, the ones to your right is Spanish.
Sent you an email this morning. Yeah, I have read it. And I've got another one sent.
I'm laughing.
I have self-deprecating humor.
I'm abusive, but I don't yell at you. Try to keep my voice a little more.
We'll see after public comment. Good morning.
We'll do the budget and then you'll, budget discussion.
You'll be done by noon?
That would be, I don't think so, but that's very often.
Bring a snack?
I still think we should have like a lunch buffet on the table, so we can take a break.
Right.
And come in, enjoy.
So what is, after So are you getting rewarded or are you just?
No,
How's the family?
Well, how about yours?
You know, I'm about to become a great grandma. I had to wait. Well, you have a child, your child has a child, and that child has a child. That's
Not old enough for that.
I'm 70, I'm 70 years old. I turned 70, and they turned 72.
Oh, yeah.
Now think back, okay, how long have you been married?
Yeah, we have been married 30 years.
Okay, so 30 years ago, yeah, okay. Sort of adds to it, yeah. I was 40 then. I know you're not, I know you're not.
Very nice to actually find
16 years after. And then they came and sent me my dark card. No, we don't know a lot of you because we were in winter now. Well, church was dark. And when I hit 70 this year, I'm just now really unhappy to be getting old.
Just claim high.
Very high end. But to topple off. That's funny. But, yeah, so are you, you're a county manager then, yes? Well, sign up my card. Okay.
And then my contact info is on the back. So,
Oh, goodness. Oh, let me see, I have.
Very cool.
My son, Kristen. He's,
Most of his stuff was the traffic that he had, that he filled out a couple times. That's his clients, everything else was recorded, that never shows up there.
Is that a basic instruction? He's got some training in
Had to reach out to
So
see
he's,
if there's pending, but I think from what I could see from prior records, I think all those were assigned to fines.
awful place. It
But I'll
is.
keep looking for it, and now that I know, if I see him come back in, I'll do it on a normal basis.
Okay.
Yeah, summers are just, that's what, you know,
Yes, yes.
I know they've been talking about needing to get it taken out, get the axle and everything up, that's supposed to get it rewrapped, but it definitely needs a rewrap. I don't know if anybody- it's supposed to be taken, so.
Nobody's done it.
I'm not willing to do that. Nobody's done it, but it's, anytime, 24 hours a day. No one goes and fixes it, and he gets me to U-Haul bottles out of the U-Haul church. But you know it'll get there. It's got roadside assistance. Yes. I will rent it. They're not terrible. For less service. Ultimately, it's way cheaper than buying one. Oh, yeah.
Who is representing? Who's representing the property owner? Do you know if they're here? That she would be. Layla? No, not Lala. Lay, L-A-I? Layla? Okay. And then who's asking for the? Oh.
So much fun.
So we do have the DACC.
Oh, okay, okay, great.
Good morning, everybody. It's 9:03 a.m. on Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. This morning, our invocation will be given by Cheryl Young of Sierra Vista Community Church. Morning, Ms. Young.
Good morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much that we have an opportunity to come here today and have our leaders make decisions that would benefit our community. Lord, we ask that you give them wisdom. Lord, that they recognize that all authority comes from you. And Lord, may you be honored and blessed today by everything that is said and done. And may we always remember that nothing can be done that you don't see. So Lord, we just ask right now that you bless this in the name of our precious Son. Amen.
Thank you. And if y'all will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Randy, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Ellens?
Here.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo?
She will be joining us here a little bit later.
Chair Sanchez?
Present. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, I know we have on agenda item number 14.
14.
An appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission decision. We have several people of the parties present. I know there's been a request for postponement of this hearing. So I believe we may want to hear from those individuals to understand the requests for that postponement. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I understand that one of the parties is asking for a delay of the proceeding. However, since this item had already been published and public notice given, this is a decision that is at the discretion of the commission as to whether they wish to proceed with this matter today as it has been scheduled, or if they wish to respond to the party wanting it to be delayed. The thing is, I thought that it was best to bring it to the commission's attention early, because I certainly believe that a number of the individuals that are present in the commission chambers today are here for this matter, although we will not, based on the current agenda, get to it for several hours. So I didn't want people to have to wait here and then to find out that the matter is being delayed. So that is an item, and you can have, I believe it is Ms. Parker that has requested the continuance. She can address the commission, and I believe that we have a Ms. Leila Gomez, who is representing the other party, who can address why it should remain on today's calendar, because I believe that that is their wish.
Very good. Ms. Parker, if I invite you to go ahead and come on up, and if you would state your name for the record, and then I guess discuss what the request for postponement and the reason why, please.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
point of order. Shouldn't we swear her in since this is a hearing?
I don't know that this is specific to the hearing. This is just an understanding whether.
It's
to
a
continue
technical
on.
matter. It's related to the content of the agenda. It's not the substance of testimony that you would be hearing, so it's not necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I appreciate you checking. Ms. Parker, please go ahead.
My name is Dara Parker, and I'm asking for a continuance on behalf of the two appellants that cannot be here today, Trish Cutler and Wayne Groskopf. They had very long-standing plans out of state for medical care and other obligations that could not be postponed within a reasonable time frame. The code required that this hearing be held within 60 days of the appeal application being filed, which was March 21st. Today is 64 days. We were assured by Mr. Rubio when we submitted the application that it would be held before today. He was made aware that there were conflicts on this particular date back in March, and then, of course, he's no longer with the county. And so we let Mr. Casillas know on April 29th, which was actually before the agenda had been published, notices sent, and signs put up. On behalf of Trish and Wayne, who deserve, to be here and participate and have the same rights as any other appellant, I would ask that we postpone until a day where all the parties can make it. At the last two hearings on this matter, there was a lot of new information presented, and they would not have a chance to process that, ask questions, answer your questions, for example, or present their point of view for your consideration. So I don't feel it would be a complete hearing today if they were not here. But I am requesting that on their behalf. I do really feel for Ms. Gomez. I think we're all in agreement that we'd like this matter to be settled one way or the other as soon as possible, but nonetheless, it needs to be done in a fair manner. And since there are still ongoing violations, I'm not personally positive that one more month would substantially change things. It might actually help the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Is there any questions for Ms. Parker?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ellens?
Mr. Macias, if we put this off to a day certain, we'll be violating the 51-day limitation.
We would have to start the hearing and continue it, right? Mr. Chairman, I believe that to meet that technical requirement, you would have to begin the proceedings today and then move to continue the matter or the balance of the hearing to a later date certain.
So we'd have to open up the hearing and then postpone it.
That is my opinion in terms of complying with the statutory requirements. Because I believe
May I comment
Can
on
we-
that? The statutory requirements for the timeline on this hearing has already been violated, so I'm not,
Could you take your mask down? It's difficult to hear you.
I'm sorry. Is this better? I have some significant health issues. I prefer in a room with this number of people just to speak more close to the microphone. Can you hear me this
Yes.
way? Thank you so much. I really apologize. The 60-day requirement listed in the appeals section of, I believe it's Chapter 350-102, if I'm remembering correctly, of the Unified Development Code requires 60 days, and that's already been passed. So I'm just wondering if an additional postponement, I mean, if it hasn't been complied with already, how critical is the timing at this point from that technical perspective?
How damaging would it be to the position of those who are not able to be here today if we held the hearing without them?
I personally think it's very damaging. I know they do. They have expressed severe concern, which is also why we've been very clear with staff from literally day one that this date was not going to work. We were assured that the hearing would occur before today. Again, there's a lot of new information presented at the last meetings that were not included in the packet or in the application that was made available to us. And so there's no way to predict how information in the hearing will affect their need for discussion with you. And, you know, as a more minor matter, they paid $200 to be an appellant. And so, you know, I feel they've also earned the right to participate. They're, you know, not here in good faith, frankly. Again, we've been very upfront about the limitations of their schedules, and we expected the code to be adhered to. I don't think it's anybody's fault that things fell through the cracks with some staff turnover. I want to be clear about that, but nonetheless, this is the situation that we're in.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Allens?
I'm in favor of putting this off to a day certain when they can appear. But is there any way we could move this up? I would hate to have them wait for 2 hours, then open up the hearing to abide by the technicality, and then postpone it. Seems an inefficient way. Where can we move this up to on the calendar, Mr. Macias? So we
To
can
whatever the
afford-
pleasure of the commission is. However, I do think that it's only fair to allow the other party to address the commission since Ms. Parker has been given that privilege.
That was what I was going to ask.
Yep, I was going to say, I know Ms. Gomez will give you a chance to speak. The only question I had was going to be, we had mentioned a month from now. Is there any issue if it was to the first meeting in June, which would be June 14th? Or would that date not work?
Two people have definitive conflicts on June 14th, and one of us has a probable conflict that day, which is why we discussed June 28th, I believe, with staff.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Reynolds, I don't know if you have any questions for Ms. Parker before we allow Ms. Gomez to.
Mr. Chair, I do not, but I agree with Mr. Macias. If there's a party that has another opinion, we should hear from them.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Parker.
Thank you.
Ms. Gomez, I'd like to welcome you up, and if you would be able to state your name for the record. And like I said, I know you are in favor of continuing with today, and if you can let us know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My name is Pastor Leila Gomez. Good morning to all of you. There are several of us that have gathered here today so that we could go ahead and proceed with this hearing. We are prepared to do that. I do want to say that we are not in favor of the postponement only because of how long this whole process has been for us. As you know, last year in July, we received the initial SUP. And so, you know, from that point forward, you know, I made the big bungle of having the land excavated and just out of my own ignorance. And so when we come back to the county to receive an address to bring water down from Moongate is when the county discovered that the wrong plot had been attached to the application. That printout, though, was received here from the county. And so we were told that we needed to do the process all over again, put it back out on the property for 3 more weeks, the notice. We paid again another $600. At that time is when Mrs. Parker and a few of her neighbors discovered that, there was a hearing involved. And so that's when they became involved and opposing this. So this has been ongoing since that point in time. We had the SUP in July. We did everything we were supposed to do. We attached a county document to the application, and it was the wrong document. We're not realtors, we're not zoning and commission. We attached what was given to us to that application. So all of this is based on a technicality. Up to this point, Mrs. Parker has been the one to represent, the few neighbors that are opposing this. If you look back in the records from the last few hearings, you don't see much representation from Mr. Grosskopf or the other person appealing. So I feel like she is able to represent, what they are complaining about or what they're appealing. I believe that she's been the one to gather the documentation. She is definitely more than capable, I feel, to represent the 3 of them. I do feel that they pay, I'm sorry that they paid the $200, but from that point till now, we on a weekly basis are paying $300 a week to have the property watered. We have repaired our silt fencing for 3 times. We continue to pour money into this, and yet we're limited because of all of this that is surrounding this. So I would like to see it settled today. I don't think that the other 2 people that are appealing would bring any more to the table than what she could do today. And we are ready. We do have our plans. We have submitted that to the county. We are ready to apply. We have all of our paperwork right now to apply for a grading permit, and we request to move on. This has been almost a year. And, we're making our monthly payments on our property. So when you look at our cost, we are into the thousands of dollars of what we have paid to hold this entire building process off. And so I am requesting that we move forward today. I do not see, also in the last few hearings, Mrs. Parker has come with video of people that have had complaints or wanted to put in their opinion. And so there has been no reason up till now, even when certain ones couldn't make it, that they did not go ahead and get their point across and represent all of their complaints and the things that they are finding the fault with. But as far as all of the legalities, we have that. We met that today. Everything that was requested from us, from the commissioners, we have brought that to the table today, and we are ready to proceed forward.
Thank you, Pastor. Is there any questions?
Yeah, I have a question for Ms. Parker.
Commissioner Allens?
I have a question for Ms. Parker. Are you representing these missing people as their attorney?
No, I am not.
Are you?
I'm not an attorney.
Are you an attorney?
No, I'm not.
You're not. I thought she said that you were. Okay, thank you.
No, we've been working together, but the other 2 have formed comments as well and have a lot of questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Pastor Gomez? I just wanted to, I see Vice Chair Murillo has also joined us on the WebEx as well. I don't know, Commissioner Chaparro or Vice Chair Murillo, do you have any questions for either one of the appellant or the applicant on the request to postpone or proceed?
I don't.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so.
I don't know whether the commission wishes to hear from Ms. Ainsworth. If not, we've taken a look at the applicable statute, and I believe that the commission either can go forward and not take any action, or you can move to temporarily table the matter until a date certain.
Is that without opening up? the
Yes,
hearing?
without opening up the hearing.
So I guess do we want to then bring that forward now, or do we wait till that agenda item and make that determination?
No, I would make a determination now so that people aren't waiting here for an extended period of time then to have the matter potentially tabled at that point.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I just have one observation. We've done several hearings over the last 4 years that I've been involved in, and I think it's fairly important to get as much of a complete story from both parties as possible, to be fair. I wish everyone was here, but I'm more leaning toward getting an opportunity for everyone to be here and plead their case so that we don't go back through this again, because let's just assume for a second that we find one way or the other and some of the parties aren't present. That also increases the probability we'll end up in court, and it'll just postpone it longer. I think it's, and I think that it's important that we have an opportunity to hear both parties as much as possible. That's just my thoughts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. All right. Well, then I guess at this point I'll ask if there's any motions, I guess, on the agenda or agenda item number 14.
I have one more question, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Reynolds, go
Ms.
ahead.
Parker again, please. How many people representing your side of the issue are here today?
That's unclear. I believe today it's just me because people were, well, frankly hoping, knowing that it was not something we could count on, but they were hoping that they would have their chance to be present whenever every party could be together.
And how many people are missing now?
There are a number of neighbors that are concerned, but the only people that I can speak for are the two appellants in particular. So I don't want to.
Are there other opponents present today?
I see two hands in the back there. Commissioner Allens.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Parker.
May I say one more thing?
Go ahead, Pastor.
May I also be asked that same question? May I respond also?
Yes.
How many of you are here to represent Power Praise Fellowship? And from that community, put your hand down. There are 3 people that live in that community as well. If you 3 will raise your hand, they live in that community as well where the church is going to be built.
And they are supporting you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can I just say something in terms of basic fairness? Yes, people should have the opportunity to come forward to give whatever input they desire to the commission, but it should never be the standard that everybody has to be present. That opens up for all kinds of potential manipulation, delays. I don't have everybody here today, therefore we're entitled to a continuance. I want to caution the commission that it shouldn't be based on that. It should be based on clearly that there is going to be insufficient information presented to the commission and be able to articulate why. Because if that's going to be the standard, then almost every hearing has probably someone who has a conflict with the potential hearing date, but the date has been selected, published, and people have come to the meeting for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. I think my concern is around specifically appellants that are part of the hearing and participating in something that they were applied or at least appealed the decision. And I think that's my concern is I appreciate everybody that's here and speaking on, that would be here to speak on both sides. I think my concern is if somebody goes through the process of having an appeal, pays the fee, and then is not able to participate for some reason, whether that's, I think that's where I'm having an issue or concern with. So I least that's my thought. I don't know. Like I said, I'll open it up or to the commission for if there's a motion that would like to, I'll entertain any type of motion at this point. If there is none, I'll make the assumption we'll continue on. Okay. All right, hearing there is no motion, then I'll,
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ellens?
I move that we open up the appeal and then make a motion to put it over until a day certain.
Mr. Chairman, forgive me, just on a point of order. That is going to keep everybody waiting here. They're not going to have an opportunity to speak. We'll postpone it anyway. So I would suggest that the appropriate motion, if you wish to delay the proceeding, is to move to temporarily table item number 14 until the June 28th meeting of the board.
And we don't run afoul of the 50-day limitation?
No.
Okay, well, I thought that was an issue. That's why I
Right.
made the motion the way I did.
Again, I would suggest that it is a motion to temporarily table the matter until the June 28th meeting.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my previous motion, and I move that we put this matter over till a day certain, being 2 weeks from today at our next meeting.
Well, I believe,
It's a month from today. It's the June 28th meeting. They've already indicated that June 14th. Our next meeting is June the 14th. That again, that parties will be missing.
Okay.
And so that the date that is certain to have everybody here, according to what we've been told, is June the 28th.
Then I move to put this matter over to a day certain, namely June 28th, 2022.
okay, we have a motion to table item 14 until June 28th. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. All right. Randy, will you call the roll on the motion to table to a date certain?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Commissioner Chaparro did have to drop off, so we still have Vice Chair Murillo on the call.
Vice Chair Murillo?
No.
And Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay. Then agenda item number 14 will be tabled until June 28th. Mr. Macias, are there any other changes to the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay. Then we will continue on with Pet Showcase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those in the audience and that may be viewing the proceedings, the County Commission takes advantage of every board meeting to advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center. I'll start with our Cat of the Week, Dio. You were expecting an ordinary cat, but it was me, Dio. I am a sweet, handsome boy who wants nothing more than to get pets and attention from my humans. I purr like a motor, and if you think you're done petting me, you're not. I will sometimes pull your hand back to my face just to let you know that I still want more pets. Who doesn't love a cat that knows what he wants? This is Dio, who is 2 years old and a domestic medium hair breed. Our dog of the week is Ida, or Aida. Tongue Out Tuesday is every day for me. I am full of energy, but that also means I'm full of potential. I just need a guiding hand to teach me manners and even some tricks along the way. Of course, I love going on walks and getting treats so that if you want to win over my heart, you can start there. Aida is 5 years old, medium-sized dog. Both of these animals are available for adoption, as are many other animals, both dogs and cats from our Animal Services Center. And I believe that there is also an adoption opportunity at PetSmart this coming Saturday, the 28th of May. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, we'll move on to our employee recognition portion of our meeting. Mr. Macias.
For those of you that are here in the audience this morning, we take advantage as often as we're able to recognize the efforts of employees within the county structure. So we're here related to three quite outstanding employees that have reached different milestones. So today we're going to begin with Edna Acosta to celebrate 25 years of employment with Doña Ana County. Edna Acosta joined Doña Ana County on the 9th of May of 1997 as a receptionist in human services. She was human resources. Thank you. You're welcome. You've been correcting me all of these years, and that hasn't stopped. She was promoted to Secretary 2 on April the 27th of 1998 and was again promoted to Senior Secretary on June the 20th of 1999. On December 16th, 2001, Edna was promoted to HR Assistant 2. From January the 28th to March the 3rd of 2002, she was on temporary assignment as Executive Assistant, covering the front desk at the County Manager's office, and returned to her regular position on the 4th of March of 2002. Edna has had many roles outside of her work with the county. She was the past Madam President. Now that I know about this, I'll start referring to you as that. Madam President of the Fraternal Order of Eagles, the Women's Auxiliary, and a member of the local Moose Lodge. She also took first place in the salsa competition on the 26th of August of 2016 that the Employee Assistance Program sponsored. Her award-winning salsa is known throughout the county. Did you bring some with you today? No. Okay. She is certainly known for that. Edna greets everyone by name and with a smile on her face. Keep working it today. They're wondering where it is. Okay. Her supervisor, Meg Haynes, said, "There are no strangers to Edna. If she does not know you, she will make sure to get to know you. Her reputation is one of professionalism, being courteous, and one with a wealth of information. Edna has always had a can-do attitude and is a great team player." Edna hopes to retire in December of 2023, and then she will spend more time attending baseball and soccer games with her 5 grandchildren, Adrian, Alex, Angel, Annabelle, and Brandon. So what happened to Brandon? He just couldn't make it over to the A's?
No, I think they were going down the alphabet.
Oh, going down the alphabet. Well, they repeated A's 4 different times. Okay. Edna loves going once a month to Ruidoso on the chartered bus and hanging out with her best friends, Wilma, Debbie, and her sister Sally, at the casinos. She likes singing with a little band that Wilma has put together. Edna would like to acknowledge her husband, Robbie Acosta, and her sisters. She'd like to thank Sally Hernandez for standing by her throughout her tenure, and thanking, of course, her HR management team. Edna says that she looks forward to coming to work every day because Doña Ana County is a great place to work. She'd like to acknowledge, and I was going to strike all of this out, okay? I really was when I read it. She would like to acknowledge Mr. Macias for his professionalism and for taking care of all county employees' needs and for believing in her in the past and my belief in the future. And I'm assuming for the next year and a half that you'll be remaining with us. You're now going to expect for me just to have you come in just a few hours of the day, and then you can go home after that. But I do want you to confirm that, in fact, you actually said this. Okay, thank you. And that it wasn't made up by me. Congratulations to Edna Acosta on her 25th year anniversary of dedicated service to Doña Ana County. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the commission in giving Ms. Acosta a really very special recognition for the 25 years that she has committed to Doña Ana County.
I was gonna do it in front of the emblem, since.
Oh, under the emblem?
Yes.
Oh, for the emblem.
It's up to you. Are you ready? You don't need one. It's not focusing. Always have a backup. Let me try this one more time. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you.
Now we're going to go to our next candidate, who has great support here in this chamber, and rightfully so. However, this is a retirement, and it's after 10 years. So for anyone who's asking, gosh, how does someone get to be a government employee that can retire after 10 years? And again, it just goes to indicate that our next recognition goes to someone who has worked both in the private and the public sector, brought a wealth of experience to Doña Ana County. I'm not used to the word Cynthia, so our next honoree is Cindy Kapana. They started out by writing a book. I have to acknowledge I don't write these scripts, I read them, but I do try to edit through them because it was long. Okay, so we're going to get to the highlights right away. Cindy joined Doña Ana County as a human resources administrator on the 26th of March of 2012. And before she could say Happy Halloween, she had training coordinator added to her responsibilities. A year later, she was promoted to training coordinator and senior human resources administrator, where she has spent most of her county career. She leads the employee relations team, which consists of 4 human resources administrators and human resources representatives. Since her team is responsible for hiring, onboarding, counseling, supervising, and employees on workplace issues and training, she said, we are constantly busy, and that certainly is an understatement. Cindy aims to maintain consistency in employee relation issues, the administration of human resources policies and procedures, and collective bargaining agreements. Along her strengths, she counts an extensive human resources experience, her sense of humor, her ability to find win-win solutions for employee relations, situations. She hopes she is known for her ability to be fair, consistent, and maybe for her drawing lessons. Her drawing lessons. I've never seen them. Her drawing lessons with the employee relations team. Cindy Supervisor Deborah Weir will remember her for her numerous contributions, including providing leadership and guidance to supervisors and employees throughout the organization, enhancing training and professional development opportunities, and helping to move HR from a department to a team. Cindy brings an optimistic, positive attitude every day and has brought a lot of laughter to the team, indicated Ms. Weir. She is proudest of the people development work she has done in the department and all throughout her career. She said it gives her a sense of accomplishment to know that 2 county HR administrators who started in different positions have now worked their way up to higher level roles. Cindy is looking forward to finding ways to continue her talents, some of which have yet to be developed. Though she will miss everyone she works with and the diversity of the challenges each day brings, she also looks forward to volunteering, traveling, and anything else I can get into. She thanks her family for their support throughout her career and everyone on the HR team, Director Deborah Weir for being a great leader and supervisor, her team for always being supportive and going the extra mile, and everyone else in HR for their dedication to county employees. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see, I have had a historically long relationship with Ms. Kapana. In fact, maybe to her regret, in 2000, let me see, is that right? In 2000, she helped recruit me from being the county manager at the time to then become the general manager for the Border Environment Cooperation Commission, an international institution under the NAFTA treaty between the United States and Mexico. And so Cindy was in my home 22 years ago interviewing me for the position. Her work was outstanding then. Her selection, without dispute, yes, and it has been a privilege to work with her for these last 22 years. Please join the commission in wishing Cindy a happy retirement. She'll be remembered for her leadership, quick-witted comments, lightheartedness, and artwork. Thank you, Cindy, for your valuable contributions in these 10 years with Doña County. This platter that I normally encourage people not to just use it to put fruit on when people come to visit, but to display it with great pride and honor because it's given in that capacity. But Cindy, with your sense of humor, you will be putting some food objects on it, I'm sure. In honor of your service, Cindy L. Kapana retired with distinction after 10 years of loyal service on the 31st of May of 2022. Congratulations again.
Yes, of course.
You guys come up and join us?
Let's go over just a little bit to your left, please. Okay, family, squeeze in.
Cindy to get up on a chair too.
No, I'm gonna get her over here.
One more picture. Draw one more picture. Come on.
Come on, Deb.
Come on. Come on, Deb.
You get to be in the picture for taking the picture.
Where would you go?
Oh, not that much. Our last honoree this morning, and I'm not quite clear how she could have put up with actually 32 years of service, but Miss Brenda Mosley. And we're here to recognize Brenda for her retirement, but literally 32 years, if you can really imagine that length of time. Brenda Mosley joined Doñana County in March of 1990 as a secretary in the Safety Fire Marshal's office. She then transferred to the Planning Division and later took a temporary assignment as a clerk typist in the Finance Department. In 1994, she was promoted to receptionist, joining the Human Resources Department. She continued to take on temporary assignments where needed, which is probably why she knows about everything that goes on in Doñana County. In 1996, she was in the Treasurer's Department as a tax clerk 1, but soon returned to Human Resources before transferring to the Finance Department as an accounting technician. Brenda was promoted to accounting specialist in 1999, and in 2006, she transferred as an accounting specialist with the purchasing department for the detention center. This may sound like a tough assignment to some people, but Brenda takes pride in being tight with the budget and striving to save money for the county. Saving money is not her only interest. She's also keen on building and maintaining good morale for all of her colleagues at the detention center, such as starting the Green Food Day for St. Patrick's Day. So it isn't because it's moldy that it's green. No, it actually is just green. Okay. Which has become something of a tradition since 2006. She also routinely helps organize small gatherings for birthdays, retirements, and other special occasions, such as an annual holiday potluck in which everyone is invited. Her co-workers enjoy them and appreciate the effort that goes into coordinating them. Brenda is known to be exceptionally reliable and hardworking. She genuinely cares about her work and strives to ensure that the department's work continues without issue. Whether it is ordering the nearly infinite number of items that are used on a day-to-day basis, assisting with the creation of the yearly budget, or addressing emergencies, she's done it all, Director Brian Baker indicated. When she's not at work, Brenda has energy to spare and enjoys focusing on her own personal business and old-fashioned soda startup that she shares at the Farmers and Crafts Market on Saturdays. Didn't know that. Everyone is invited to visit there and to purchase one or a dozen of her old-fashioned sodas. Please join the commission in thanking Brenda Mosley for 32 years of dedicated, caring service to Doñana County and our community. Her wealth of experience and knowledge will be truly missed. We wish her well as she embarks on her next phase of life. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Brenda Mosley, 32 years of service to this community. In honor of your service, Brenda J. Mosley, retired with distinction after 32 years of loyal service on the 31st of May of 2022.
It's on the table right now.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. That completes our employee recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, we'll move on to the public input portion of our meeting. We'll open it up to any members of the public that are here to provide input. If you're here to speak on an agenda item, we ask that you wait until the agenda item is up for discussion. But right now, you'll be provided 3 minutes to speak on anything you'd like to discuss. Are there members of the public that are here for public input? Morning, Mr. Bruno.
Hello. My name is Rick Renault. Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Macias. My name is Rick Renault. I'm a lifelong Las Cruces resident, Immaculate Heart of Mary Elementary School, Lynn Junior High, Las Cruces High School, and MSU. Now running a small business, trying to be retired from White Sands Missile Range. I'm a PE mechanical engineer. I'm here as a concerned citizen. More are here with legitimate concerns also. I have a problem with the trust in the elections because there's so much going on these days. I'm asking that this commission allow as an agenda item the New Mexico Audit Force to present findings. There's thousands of hours of research behind it at a future commission meeting, perhaps May 28th. You've heard the mantra, safest, most secure election in history. Well, now that the movie 2000 Mules came out, that just doesn't carry any weight. You should see the movie yourself. I'm going to buy the movie myself and offer them to the City Council and to you all, if you'd like, to see for yourself. Don't believe me. The Las Cruces Sun News and Las Cruces Bulletin published articles recently extolling the virtues of primary elections, and that's good. But the movie came out. You know, the foundation kind of crumbled. Anyway. So I'll just repeat my request. Well, what I know about elections here in Doña Ana County, well, I read the Yvette Harrell report about 2 years ago, didn't know much about it, but I became a challenger, election challenger. I've read the election code front and back. I know it pretty well now. I'm just saying there's too many questions. There's information that you need to be provided. I'm not saying let's go overturn this and that election, but I'm saying you need to hear it. In my opinion, I'm respectfully asking you. So just to summarize my request, allow the audit force to present their findings to this commission as an agenda item. As an engineer, I've looked over the analysis of that report. Lots of Excel spreadsheets, lots of data, curves, curve fits. The data and analysis are solid. The data analyzed in the report comes the majority from the state, the New Mexico State Secretary of State. It's not made up data. It's open source. My recommendation is to hear them out. Too many citizens have put too much work for the results not to be heard, just to be presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renault. Are there any other members of the public here to speak?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Macias, Ms. Askin, and Ms. Bachman. I'm here before you this morning to share my thoughts and feelings towards our elections in Doña County and how they're conducted. I am a resident of New Mexico, and I proudly voted in Doña County in 2016 and 2020. My concern has come about with how things quickly changed over the course of the pandemic leading up to the 2020 election. Since November 4, 2020, I've been pouring countless hours into researching, learning, and finding information that should put my mind at ease and provide a level of confidence in our elections. However, with months of involvement and reaching out to our elected officials through various IPRA requests about the questions I have, I am not finding answers from said elected officials. Instead, I'm coming up with more questions that need and deserve to be answered. They are statute related and can be found in the 2021 edition election handbook of the state of New Mexico. If you all, as well as our county clerk and deputy clerk, can help me find these answers to these questions, my mind may be put at ease and I may gain the proper confidence in the integrity of our elections moving forward. Here's just one example of the latest request I've made, and I'm not getting the correct response on it. And it says, I'm requesting access and the ability to make copies of all files and data kept on all media storage devices associated with the general election for November 2020. As per NMSA 1-13-21 and 1-12-69, all media storage devices kept from November 2020 general election are part of public records and are available for inspection. And the response I got from Ms. Bachman, there are no responsive documents for this. We consider your request satisfied and will close it out from the record book. And I'll continue forward. I believe I'm not alone, as you heard from Rick, and you'll hear from others. I'm not alone in this. So as we, the people that represent this great state of New Mexico and this great nation, we simply can't move forward and forget what happened on November 3rd and 4th of 2020. All the nefarious acts that happened in order to influence and change the outcome of what's supposed to be a free and fair election. We all know 2020's outcome was far from free and fair. We're at a time now where the truth has been discovered, and it's time for all of us to recognize where we're at and what we represent. Do we stand for the truth and what comes with it? Or do we stand by and not say anything?
Your time is up.
Okay. I ask that you help me find these answers that we're looking for. A lot of the truth is coming, and we're gonna have to find answers for it. So.
Thank you, sir. And when you're done, if you wouldn't mind signing the book on your left.
Mr. Chair, I didn't hear his name. I didn't hear him say his name.
My name is James Mays.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that are here for public input? All right, we have one more.
How are you, Commissioners? My name is David Mcdaniel. I am a citizen within Doña County. We have a small business here, been here for a number of years. I did get involved with looking over what's going on with our elections and things. The thing I am here for is about the machines. It has nothing to do with our county clerk. She's given these machines back, I think, in 2014 when they were brought in. So when she came into office, she had to use what she's using right now. And I'm telling you, I don't think anything is wrong with how she's running her elections or doing stuff. What I am concerned with is we were allowed to let in a few constituents within our little group to come in and open up some ballot boxes and look at ballots. So they took 3 ballot boxes. Out of the 3 ballot boxes, they did count the ballots. Once they got done with that, we did have a finding. We found that the ballot boxes did not match the tabulator tape. That means that the machine did not run the numbers correct. Wasn't off a lot, but it was off a little bit. From 0.58 to 1.31 in those three boxes. Well, by federal law, it's supposed to run at 0.0008, almost perfect. And this is only on three boxes. So I'm just saying, what my goal is to work and going back, doing what I did when I first got to vote. Been a long time. It was paper, the precincts went, they tallied the votes, everything was done by humans, not by machines. I think there is a problem. I don't put it on the county clerk, like I say. And I would like to create a dialogue either with the commissioners or with our county clerk just to go through this and show this to you all. So mine is not a conspiracy. What the things I gave you was a generalization, but it was a fact. And this is our findings. We did get to run 9 more boxes here about a week ago or so. I can bring those findings this next time, but I would like that open dialogue. That's all I'm asking for. So my name is David Mcdaniel. I am a citizen here. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate our county clerk, the attorney. I have no qualms. I just want the machines gone. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who'd like to continue with public input?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for being here, County Manager. Thank you. My name is Rob Wood. I'm here with Highly Concerned, and I think I'm here on the right day, hearing just what these people are having to speak about, because my concern regards what I'm running into out on the streets. I'm a doorbeller, a campaigning doorbeller. I doorbell thousands of doors in our community, and I'm running up against this thing where people are asking me or telling me that they don't trust the voting system. And there's many of them are saying they're not going to vote because of that. That's a highly concerning issue, especially when I see the turnout of the last local elections. So what I feel is somehow I have no idea how to answer their question. And I need you to be the voice that rebuilds the trust in our community and the voters so that they turn out. So fair elections mean that people actually vote. So what I'm asking for is what I've heard is going on over in Otero County is a transparency of the voting rolls here or whatever that needs, whatever these people are talking about. I'm not sure all the parameters of it, but somehow we need to alleviate this fear in our local voters. So I want to thank you for that, and I rely on your input into this area, maybe news articles or whatever it takes to somehow put this to rest. Thank you very much.
Is there any other public input? All right.
Hi, my name is Stephanie McDaniel. I just came to actually watch my husband, but I do have some things to say. I've been voting since I was 18, and I will never let anyone take that right from me. But I'm here to tell you that this discourse, this distrust is growing. It's not going away. It's not going to go away. And too many people have died for our freedoms to cast our vote, to have our voices heard. They are being stolen. And it is up to you to do something about it. It's all right there at your feet. It's up to you to take up the mantle. If there's nothing wrong, great, you're the heroes. If there is something wrong, fix it. Thank you.
Okay. Any last input before we move on? All right. I know we have staff input, but Dr. Askin, I don't know if you would like to address the claims.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Commissioners. I'm not going to specifically go into any claims, but I would like to respond in general. I think in 2020, the discourse that began then connected to elections, I was really hesitant to continue to respond because it was a question of how much more attention am I giving misinformation? So if an erroneous article comes out, do I do an interview and respond to it and then create another headline? And for the most part, I've decided just to do the work, right? Support my staff, do the work of a county clerk, focus on elections, and moving on. But it has come to the point where I will be here every BOCC meeting that I'm able to respond to these allegations continually. So first of all, Mr. Reynaud, and again, I've not have any specific issues with the individuals that were here today. I appreciate their courtesy. They have always been courteous to me, and in fact, to always say I'm not going to blame the county clerk. But this is my responsibility. And so because of that, I'm going to take ownership of our elections in Doñana County. And so having said that, I think it's important to note, as Mr. Reynaud does, I'm from Las Cruces. I was born and raised here. I went to Loma Heights Elementary. I went to Sierra Junior High at the time. I went to Oñate High School, and I'm a 3-time Aggie. I have spent my career and my free time doing everything I can on behalf of every energy that I have to support my community in various ways, whether that's volunteering, advocating, educating, et cetera. The mere idea that I would sit back and co-sign on any kind of nefarious or illegal actions connected to elections because I have a political perspective is absolutely beyond disappointing, just not right. Beyond that, I want to let you know that the New Mexico Audit Force, which came out with the audit, frankly, I call it a fraudit because it's so full of misinformation that it's not even, frankly, worth going through every single page, although I did. And their agenda is to do exactly what was done today in general. I can't speak to these specific individuals in terms of what collectively they decided, but I do know that in other areas across the state that there are groups of people who have are saying these very similar things that are concentratedly going to BOCC meetings and trying to put public pressure on the commission to hear the audit report. That is the agenda, and then once that is done, then there's hope for an audit as is being paid for by the taxpayers in Otero County. Discounting the built-in audits that are done within our elections as is, including actual auditors who are non-biased and, basically by law and our statute are driven to do our audits. Another thing I would encourage any of you who want to watch 2,000 Mules to also read the Associated Press's fact checker, which is really important in applying that information to 2,000 Mules and the quote unquote evidence suggested in that movie. I did a presentation to the Doñana County Republican Party a couple of Mondays ago, and they asked a lot of great questions. And one of the questions that they asked specifically was, how confident are you in the machines on a scale of 1 to 10? And I said 10. And I firmly believe that. Additionally, the lack of faith that individuals are encountering because of the election have a lot more to do with the misinformation and malinformation that continues to be driven by people who believe that vulnerabilities equal fraud. So I would just continue to focus on actual facts and data that is given by non-biased sources. And I know that I appreciate your long-term support for elections in Doñana County. In addition, Mr. Mays said that we should be concerned about what happened on November 3rd in our country. And in fact, I would be more concerned about what happened on January 6th. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Askin.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
Ms. Askin, I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind responding.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Haven't we had a couple of races in the last couple of elections that were so close we had to do an audit?
Correct.
Okay. And in those races, when that happens, did we just go back and check the numbers on the machines, or did we actually pull the ballots?
We pull the ballots and hand count them.
Okay. So I suppose that if there's any question about the viability of the machines, we always have the option to go and pull the ballots in order to confirm that the machines counted it correctly. Am I right?
Correct. We have a certification process that is done prior to the election, and it's a process that the public is invited to. Every iteration of the ballot is gone through every machine. We have well over 120 machines, I believe at this point, maybe more-ish. And so I have a different ballot than Commissioner Murillo because she lives in a different place. So ditto with you. Correct. So every iteration, every version of that is gone through. And then what's happened is we confirm the results with the tapes, and the machines are certified and sealed and are opened by election officials the morning of the election.
And if I understood correctly, I can't remember which one of them said they wanted to open the ballot boxes and look at the ballots during the election. Mm-hmm. That is absolutely not allowed.
No,
correct?
I don't, and quite frankly, I don't want to go into too much detail because of some of it, I just don't understand the questions and I don't know the data, and it would not be, I don't want to respond to something I just don't have all the context and information on.
Well, based on the observation that I've had of the number of elections I've been not participating, but observed, and my race never had to be audited yet, but in the races that we've had to audit, we haven't found any disparity between what the results were and what the actual machine said, from my knowledge. So I have a tremendous amount of confidence that the election process that we have is correct.
Thank you, and I thank you, Commissioner. I will say that we are fortunate to have hand-marked paper ballots, which is the gold standard and is always something that, I believe New Mexico should have in order to, at any given time, be able to recreate any specific race or an entire election.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you, Dr. Askin. I did want to address one thing because I think it was brought up about Otero County here, and I just want to address something because I find something a little disturbing is that their county commission tried, or at least leveled allegations when they were talking about this quote-unquote audit that they paid for, that elections within Doña Ana County affected Otero County. And I just think that's coming from elected officials of another county, of our neighboring county, trying to bring those allegations against us, I think is reckless. They're totally false. And sure, it's convenient around election time. But again, I would ask that the County Commission, Otero County, worry about the business and the money that they spend within their county rather than really truly trying to look at Doña Ana County, which I believe we've shown to all the business here has been above board. The elections here have been above board. And I appreciate the work of Dr. Askin, your office, and all the election workers here in Doña Ana County. All right, I know we skipped staff input, so I know we'll do county elected officials input. I know Sheriff Stewart, I don't know if you had any input. Okay, very good. All right, then we'll move back over to staff input.
Mr. Chairman, we do have something to display to the commission.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephen Lopez with the Office of Emergency Management, and we'd like to once again recognize one of our community partners in the COVID-19 vaccination effort. This morning, we'd like to recognize the tremendous support we received from Doña Ana Community College, and with that, we'd like to play a short video.
This week, Doña Ana County salutes the Doña Ana County Community College for their efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic. Doña Ana Community College. Starting on February 15, 2021, DACC provided staff, students, and the East Mesa campus to help vaccinate. Between that date and August 18, 2021, they delivered 7,863 doses of vaccine. In addition, DACC nursing students and faculty participated in vaccination efforts at other POD sites throughout the county. This was crucial, especially at the large drive-through vaccination sites, as it allowed the county to vaccinate large numbers of residents quickly. Doña Ana County salutes Doña Ana Community College. Thank you for being an integral part in delivering vaccinations to the community.
Chair Sanchez and members of the commission, again, we'd like to thank all those we've recognized so far, and as well as Doña Ana Community College today for everything they've done to help us. Doña Ana County is currently at a very high rate of vaccination. 96.6% of our adult population has elected to and received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccine. And that is one of the major contributing factors into our county having a significantly lower fatality rate than our region and than our state. So the efforts of all of our community partners really have helped make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Are there any questions for Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ellens?
how is the hospitalization rate these days?
Chair Sanchez and Commissioner Ellens, that actually is one of those things that has been really positively impacted by our very high vaccination rates here in Doña Ana County. Here in Doña Ana County, as of Saturday, the numbers that provided by the CDC, we only had 3 hospital admissions for COVID-19 over the preceding 7 days. And our ICU occupancy here in Doña Ana County hospitals was at 1.3% due to COVID-19. That is very different than what we are seeing both in El Paso and at the state level, where they are starting to see increasing numbers of COVID-19 patients back into their hospitals. It's not at crisis level like it was just 6 months ago, but they are starting to tick up, whereas here in Doña Ana County, we are very close to zero. And that really is the difference with vaccine. We may not be able to prevent infections, but if we are able to prevent serious illness, hospitalization, and death, then the vaccines are absolutely working. And so far they are showing in our county, they are really making a positive impact on the workload in our hospitals.
Does that include a second booster shot?
Our second booster dose numbers, Chair Sanchez and Commissioner Ellens, are much lower. With our second dose numbers, we're down at only about 5.5%, if I recall correctly. So we have a lot of people who could still take advantage of receiving either a primary booster or a secondary booster. But even without receiving those boosters, the sheer majority or vast majority of our adult population having been vaccinated is still making that difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellens. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you.
Is there any other staff input, Mr. Macias?
No, sir, there is not.
I got to compliment Mr. Lopez. You looked quite dapper yesterday during the city council meeting, during your report to them. So I'm disappointed you didn't dress up for us.
Today's a Labor Day back at the office.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. All right, then we'll move on to commission input. Is there any input from the commission at this time? All right. I did want to give one plug, if I could, for our county staff, and in particular the podcast that we've had Ms. Skipper been putting on to Facebook. We've seen her interview some of the various departments. We've had the detention center director, Brian Baker, this past Friday. Prior to that, we had Dr. Askin and the county clerk talking about voting. So if you haven't already, please follow Doña Ana County on Facebook, Instagram, and get notified. There's some really good discussion. They do look at comments, questions that come in during that time. So, but really appreciate everything the staff has been doing to continue to show the work that we do here in Doña Ana County. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a little bit of input. I had the honor and privilege to actually travel with the Las Cruces Greater Chamber of Commerce last week to Washington, D.C. We had the chance to meet with Pentagon and several of the leaders there, which helped us understand a lot about some additional funding and sources of revenue that we have for the county and for the military. The intergovernmental services agreements that are available allow us to actually work with the military and have it sponsored by the county or the city or some other government organization to actually to do some of the service that they do on base. We can actually contract to do that. Two of the requirements is that the base commander actually say that, in fact, he believes that the service that we would provide would be mission critical. And the second one is that the county has to take on the financial responsibility of collecting the money for the contract. Now, we have the option as a county to either perform the service or to actually subcontract the service out to someone else in the community to do that and still run both contract efforts through us. One example is in Louisiana, they had a base that was actually paying about $8 million a year to do their own landscaping on the base. Through this process of the internal government agents services agreement, they were able to have an outside city actually perform that same service and save them roughly $1.8 million. Since that was a savings to the service in the military, the contract was really a no-brainer, and it also added $7.2 million to the city's budget in order to provide more resources to cover that kind of service. Other areas that they're looking at are daycare centers, maybe base entrance, secure some kind of base control for entrance there. So anything that we might think of at the city, the county, or other communities here where we can provide a service. One is White Sands is planning to put 2 additional fire stations in, and there's an option for us to possibly ask them if they'd like for us to provide the service at a lower cost, which would just enlarge our fire department. I have spoken to Chief Cherry about it, and he's looking into it and considering it. So that's just one of the meetings we had, but there's a lot of other opportunities there. In addition, we also met with our legislators, Senator Lujan, Representative Harrell. We tried to meet with Senator Heinrich, but he was in session. And we also tried to meet with Escobar from El Paso, and we were able to meet with the representatives. In addition, just to kind of wrap this up, we also met with the Chamber of Commerce, the new Federal Department of Transportation, Federal Spaceport representatives. We saw Xochitl Torres Small at the Department of Agriculture, which, by the way, she also enlightened us on some additional funding that was available there, one of which is the ability to actually use agricultural funds in order to develop and provide alternative avenues for floods in communities. Like I think the project that we have going on at La Union may qualify, since we're actually buying the property, raising the houses, and then using that area to move the water through in order to control the funding. I believe it actually qualifies for the funding that can be available to us from the Department of Agriculture. And I have more detail I'd like to share on that. That might help us with that. So anyway, in looking and speaking to those departments, my goal was to first make them aware of some of the things we've done in the state, some of the things we're doing in the county, and to also look for additional funding resources for the community so we can help them, allow them to help us with our budget. Anyway, that's about it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry, one more thing. I also attended the PIA meeting at Tortugas this weekend, where we talked about a lot of projects. And Frank, thank you for being here, and thank you for holding that meeting. And I still have some more information to follow up with you on. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. All right. We'll move on to then our agenda item number 1, which is the regular meeting minutes for the BOCC meeting of May 10th, 2022. Are there any changes, questions on the meeting minutes? All right, if I can get a motion and a second for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Murillo.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Reynolds. Any input? Public input on the minutes? All right, hearing none. Brandy, will you call the roll on the minutes for May 10th?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. All right, the minutes are approved. We're on to agenda item number 2, which is a presentation of animal companions of Las Cruces.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Ellens?
I'm sponsoring this presentation. Dawn Duncan, who is the president and project manager for an organization called Animal Companions, will address the board and the public today about an issue that is of concern to pet owners throughout the county, and I will let her explain just what that issue is.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellens, for inviting us today. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to come and present.
If you wouldn't mind saying your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Dawn Duncan. I'm the president and project manager of Animal Companions of Las Cruces.
Thank you.
And as you can see, our mission up there includes all parts of Doña Ana County because we see our mission as serving southern New Mexico, right? And it's important to recognize that we are also in collaboration and working with others, our veterinarians in the community. A very recent collaboration that even, and I'm going to ask my two board members to stand up here in a moment, I haven't had a chance to tell them about, is that we are working with the Doña Ana County Humane Society on a very large joint grant that we'll be applying for because their portion would be for what is called angel care, immediate funds needed right now. And we are working to create a sustainable, long-term solution to the problem of the lack of 24/7 emergency care for pets in our community. With me today, just so you know who they are, we have Miguel Marquez, if he would stand. He is our treasurer and our website manager, and Judy Bosland is our secretary. So I believe I can control these, so I better get my mouse here going. So the need, I first became aware of this when a year ago in June, I was rushing that little dog, Fergus, to El Paso. He was bleeding out after surgery the day before. And I was terrified that we wouldn't make it. We were there all day long. And I realized at that point that the emergency care I had used a year earlier after a double pit bull attack on myself and my other dog, that was the first picture you saw, was no longer available. And I'll say more about some of that coming available since then. Now, our first idea when we formed in August of 2021 was that we would be an action group that could get our veterinarians to create a consortium where they together could provide emergency care and they would trade off. Let's say I was one of the veterinarians. I would trade off one of my monthly rounds to serve in that capacity. And I went to Fargo to speak with the Red River Valley Emergency Hospital to see how they had set it up because it's a perfect model and was well advised. But once we spoke with our veterinarians, we discovered that because of do not compete clauses that they've signed, they can't work outside of their own clinics. And that is a real problem. They know the need. We surveyed all of the veterinarians in southern New Mexico, and with the responses we got, of course, you never get 100%, but every single one indicated they recognized the need for 24/7 emergency care, that Las Cruces, as the county seat of Doña Ana County and the second largest city in New Mexico, is the place to put it, and that they would be very much in favor of a standalone hospital if we could create one. I do want to say that Animal Hospital, as you can see, has resumed some emergency hours, but they do not do surgeries. Those still have to go to El Paso, and they are not 24/7. I will also say I know that people realize that some of their own veterinarians will sometimes provide emergency care for their own clients, but they can't do that for everybody, and they can't do it all the time. Our veterinarians are maxed. They can't do more than they're doing now. So, of course, we began, before we did anything else, by researching. I've been an educator for 39 years, a professor for 25. We research first. Look at these results. They're rather shocking in some ways. To think that we are one of only 3 cities of our size nationwide that don't provide 24/7 emergency care, that's a real problem for our entire community, right? And I've been told, well, we can't afford it. Oh, yes, we can. At least 6 of those have a lower median income than our city. We can afford it. And I want to call your attention to the kind of tax base we're missing there. Look at that. Over $7 million a year headed to El Paso and their clinic is overburdened, you often have to wait for hours and hours. So what are we wanting to do? We know that it will take time to get a hospital open, a standalone hospital, right? But we've got other things we can do, and we can do them right now. We need to provide support and resources to our local veterinarians. Our clinics are really overburdened. And so part of that is recruiting veterinarians to come here. They are so overburdened, how could they have time to go actually to veterinary schools? How could they have time to create a brochure that is really slick and they can add things to? How can they have time to host? But we can do that. Supporting a televet call line for after hours, which I'm going to focus on in just a moment, because that is a goal we have already reached. I'm very excited about that. And then some advocacy. As a nonprofit, we don't lobby, but we certainly can advocate. And so we would love to work with Doña Ana Community College to create a vet tech licensing and educational program. There is none in the state. There are some courses, but you only have to be registered here right now to be a vet tech, not licensed. And it would attract more veterinarians here if we had licensed vet techs and they weren't learning on the job. It's a hard enough job as it is. So these are our goals. And our progress since August, we've been told, has been, some people say astonishing. I always think, no, there's so much more to do. But considering that we formed in August and we became a nonprofit at the end of January, to have reached this much through trying to get the word out to the community, I think is pretty important. The New Mexico Board of Veterinary Medicine is very in favor of what we are doing. And we know also by working with them that it is possible for a nonprofit to own such a veterinary hospital as long as you have a licensed veterinarian as the signatory manager. So we're going to make this happen. We need to make this happen. But I want to turn our attention now to some of the other aspects here. And the first is Vetriage. After doing all of our research into televet servicing, we decided to partner with Vetriage. They are now in partnership in our community, and I want to draw your attention to the fact that these are all licensed veterinarians that handle these televet calls, okay? And so you could call in, you can do video. If you do not have access, and we know that there are people in our county who don't have access, right? Then there's a telephone line that can be used instead. You can reach Vetriage right from our website now. We have a landing page for them, but so do 3 of our veterinary clinics now. Jornada, Paisano, and Zia all have landing pages, which means that the instant their clients access Vetriage for those 60 to 80% calls after hours that are like, my dog ate chocolate, I don't know what to do. My dog was stung, I don't know what to do. You don't have to take them to El Paso for that, but you need veterinary guidance, and that's what they provide. And so one of the things that we want to pay attention to also, and why it's a good partnership with Doña Ana Community Humane Society, County Humane Society, is also making sure that everyone can access, right? $50 for a fee to call is not much, but not everyone has it, so we're applying for grants to help with that as well. And I hope that our other veterinary services that see how seamless it is to work with Vetriage, and it's free to them, will also create landing pages. It'll just make it easier for all the clients. But if not, they can go through us. We will soon be holding a webinar for nonprofits like Action and others to talk about how we can provide Vetriage for them, for their foster parents, for their own services. I know that Dax is going to pursue that now. So, whoops, can I go back? So we really believe we can recruit people here if we are passionate, vigorous, and we have the facts and we have the media that we need. Why wouldn't someone want to live here? I've wanted to live here for years, and I'm so glad I'm finally here. Having moved here in 2019 to watch this beautiful city, this wonderful county open up again is fantastic. I want to make a difference here. I want to make sure that the people who live here and the pets they have are cared for. And we can attract people. You know, as a professor for 25 years, talking to students when they graduate and they have a lot of debt, right? They're looking for the big paycheck, but they don't think about everything else. If a veterinarian just graduate, go to San Francisco, they will not be able to live. But if they come here, there will be a quality of life that matches probably the things they love, the great outdoors, pet owners, and they'll have a paycheck they can live on. So we want to make sure that they understand and also look at how we're growing. Look at how we're growing. So it's very easy to donate to us. I want to make sure everybody behind me knows that. We have all different donation levels and are continually partnering and looking for grants to try to make this come true as quickly as possible. So as we come before you today, we're really asking, what are the points of connection? How can we connect with the county to make this possible? We know that we will need a space. It could be a building that has been sitting empty for who knows how long, that we could renovate. We want connections with realtors. We want to be able to find ways to get the equipment that will be needed, et cetera. Now, under the 2 years fiscal sponsorship of Community Foundation, we can't hire staff during those 2 years. And during those 2 years, right now, this is when we put everything together to get that space, that place, that equipment, and to recruit vets here so that when we roll out, we will be able to be in the position of making this happen. It needs to be sustainable. There's been a hospital here before, but when the veterinarian retired, that closed. There have been attempts at keeping hours longer, but there's never been something sustained. We need to have that. It attracts more people to live here. I have to be honest, had I known that emergency care was going to go away, I'm not sure I could have moved to the place I've been dreaming about. So I'm here to make sure the place I dreamed about that I live in and I will live in forever now has this care for our animals, for our people. And we thank you for allowing us to present today. I've never presented before County Commission, so any questions that you have, I hope that I'll be able to answer. And if I can't, I'll be honest and say I don't know yet.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Are there any questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dawn, for presenting today. I have a couple of, to make sure I understood what you said. You said that the biggest challenge we have is the non-compete clause between the veterinarians services?
For creating a consortium, yes, okay. Commissioner Reynolds.
And also recruiting and retaining veterinarian.
Yes.
Veterinarians, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I had several meetings with Sarah Malone. Malone, I think is her name. Sarah Maloney, I think it is. Sarah Maloney. Are you familiar with her?
No, I don't know her yet.
She's one of my constituents in my district, and she actually called me about the same problem.
Yes.
And she said that everybody's taking their animals down to
El Paso.
El Paso, and even then, that there's limited access because they're so busy that they really can't get there. So what I recommended to her, and I think that you guys should probably talk together, is I said that you should put a model together like my dentist. And my dentist says, he says this, he says, I'll give you, if you give me $100 a year, I'll do 2 cleanings and an x-ray, which is pretty much maintenance care for an individual. Right. And he said, if you give me $200, I'll do 4 cleanings and x-rays and, something else, and minor caps or something like that. And so he did that. And I was just thinking, looking at what your list here is about how much you're collecting on these different animals as a service, I believe he has something like, let's say, 1,000 customers. If he has 1,000 customers and giving him $100 a year, he's got $100,000.
Exactly.
And so, I mean, when I look at this model, if just ask yourself this question, if I could get one single visit a year, or 2 visits a year, just a healthcare visit for my animal, wouldn't you be willing to pay $100 or even a couple $100 to do that? Mm-hmm. And my theory is, and it's not been proven yet, but my theory is that if you establish even a single vet that would do that, you'd have $100,000 to pay a veterinarian, a couple of veterinarians, to actually, provide that 24/7 service. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't have to be something the whole community's going to get behind, but if a single veterinarian changed their program to say, we're going to provide more services and 24/7 hospital services, if you just give us another $100 a year, $200 a year, I believe in a town the size of 130,000 people, that you'll easily get 5, 10, 20,000 people in this county, or this city and the county, to actually provide you that would allow you to hire several veterinarians at just about any price. That's just a theory, because that's the way I look at this, is I look at this as not a problem that certainly the county has a responsibility for, but we do have a community that does work together, pulls together,
Right.
and certainly with a good idea knows how to run with it, and you look like, from this presentation, the kind of person that could actually do that. So think about that. If it's my recommendation, please think about that. And if with the way you've got this already funded here and you've got it set up, if you just maybe took it the next step, I think you'd have a program that would certainly service the whole community in a way that no one's ever thought about before. And that's just my brainstorming and think about how I get serviced by my dentist. And that's a great business model, because now he's growing by leaps and bounds, hired another, dentist. He's doubled his staff, moved to another building. I mean, all the things you said you wanted to do,
Right.
I believe with a program like this, you could accomplish those.
Right.
Okay, that's just me, as a term from back east, that's just spitballing.
Well, that's how we get to solutions, though, right? It's when people tell me it's been tried before, it can't be done, that I say, well, if that's your attitude, it will never be done. I think that's a really interesting idea. And with the board here, it is something we can certainly look at. The one thing to remember, of course, is that emergency care is always going to cost a lot more than your regular treatment. But I think that if we have enough people, and if we can get the word out, only Sun News hasn't covered this yet, so I'm hoping to get to them. If we get that word out and we say, here's what we're providing, here's where we're going, how many of you want to go with us and your model? I think absolutely.
See, and you said your biggest challenge is two things, having the veterinary and the facility.
Yes.
Okay, just creating a model like this, if you can raise a couple of $100,000 a year, you could easily create that, get that building afforded, provide the service, and absolutely everybody knows that emergency service is going to cost more. What they don't like is and what my Sarah told me, what they don't like is thinking that their dog is going to die at 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's right.
And have to drive an hour and a half just to find out if they're right.
Right.
That's what they're really concerned about.
Right.
And so I think having a local facility or a local veterinary clinic to stay open 24/7 is absolutely needed in this community, and we certainly have the number of people to do it. It just takes a creative mind, I think, to get it going so we can be successful here.
Thanks.
That's all.
And I'd look forward to any further conversation with you about it.
Thank you very much, Dawn.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
how is the El Paso facility set up?
Well, there are two parts to it, but one of them sometimes closes if they don't have enough veterinarians to staff it. The one by the airport always stays open. And they have kind of relief veterinarians. One of our veterinarians who used to be at a clinic here, who ran up against the do not compete clause, ended up being one of their relief vets. We lose them out of state. I'm just going to say that, when that happens. So sometimes they only have one person on at night. And she told me that personally, Dr. Hoisington, when I met with her. Sometimes they only have one person on at night. They might have 3 there during the day. But this means hours and hours and hours of waiting. One of our board members who could not be here today, her dog died in the car there, in the parking lot. And that's just heartbreaking. Would Tula have made it if she'd been seen here? Maybe. We don't know. That's just one out of probably thousands of experiences. So they're overwhelmed. We waited with Fergus bleeding out. We were there first thing in the morning, and we didn't leave till 7 that night. Thankfully, in about the middle of that, they got him back and got him on IVs. So it's a difficult situation for them, too.
Is it open 24/7?
It is, yes.
And how is it financed, besides from the fees?
Well, I'm not sure, but there is, at least since I had hours to be there, there is a wall with names of donors and funders. So I suspect that it could be kind of a mix of what we're talking about, both private and nonprofit funding. But I don't know for sure, so I won't say. Yeah.
Well, it would be good to gather that information, I think.
Yes, we have a lot more research to do this summer. We just got an intern, so I'm happy about that. And part of that is going to be looking at the funding processes of different hospitals. So
It's my understanding that the Animal Service Center in Las Cruces could be available in the evenings, but that some veterinarians don't want to bring their practice there at night and would prefer that if they're going to be open, they do it at their facility. Is that correct?
I think that is correct. And one thing I want to say about Vetriage, if they set up a protocol with Vetriage as the 3 veterinary clinics I mentioned, that protocol, they choose what they want. So they can, if it's a true emergency, and Vetriage says, look, this dog, this cat, this is a true emergency, and we can't handle it through video, their protocol can be that they'll meet them at their own clinic. Their protocol could be that they meet them at the shelter, if that's what they wanted to do. Or it could be, we can't do any more than we're already doing. That one has to go to El Paso. But they choose. But our goal here is nobody goes to El Paso. We treat the animals here. Clint and I are going to be meeting. I promised him hot chocolate. So we're going to be meeting soon to talk about how we might partner as well. We work collaboratively. We work from a position of benefit, not of complaint. We want to work from a position of supporting our veterinary staff and our community and caring for our pets.
Well, I'm a member of the Animal Service Center Board of Directors. So when you meet with Clint, would you please let me know in advance because I'd like to attend?
Sure, yeah. Do you like hot chocolate? That's what he wants. He wants hot chocolate.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Allens. Is there any other questions, comments for Ms. Duncan? All right. Ms. Duncan, thank you so much for coming and presenting today.
Our great thanks for allowing us to.
I think everything that I agree with my fellow commissioners here, I think has, it's definitely a need. I think when you have a pet, a family member like that, that's in need of emergency care and there's nothing you can have here. And even trying to get in with a vet, we're so in need of other veterinary services here in Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, that it's even hard to get in to see a vet. So appreciate all your efforts.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question.
Oh, Commissioner Allens? Oh, hold on, Ms. Duncan.
Hold on. Could you bring up the slide where the diagnosis is made by television?
Oh, by Vetriage? Yeah.
Yeah, go back. Is that currently in operation or is that just a proposal?
No, we have it now. So we've met that goal. So you can get to it from our website. There's a landing page that says Vetriage. Also on our resources page, it's there again. Paso, Jornada, and Zia have their own landing pages and their protocols. Anybody can use it by going from us. But we do hope that more and more of the veterinary clinics and our nonprofit associates, once we're able to talk with them, like Action, I'm a huge supporter of Action.
Are these local veterinarians? Or is this
no, these veterinarians are from all over the U.S. So the one thing they can't do, they can't prescribe medicine if it's needed, because you have to have a live event for that, right? A live thing. But they are licensed vets who have created Vetriage because of their concern of the overwhelmed veterinarians across this country.
And so I suppose they have set up a schedule for veterinarians to be available.
That is correct, yes. And then the reports go to the client and to whoever the local vet is, so that they know what's happened.
Okay. And there's an arrangement for them to receive fees for this emergency.
$50. It's a $50 flat fee, and it's for the event. So if they need to follow up that day or the next day with them, it's no more money. But if they have to go to their local vet for a follow-up, they'll have to pay the local vet. So.
Well, how many pet owners are aware of this service here in Las Cruces?
I don't know. We're getting the word out as much as possible. Miguel has done a wonderful job with our social media, and we, as you saw, every aspect of media has covered this now, except for Sun News. So we're hoping Sun News will get out there. We're on Nextdoor, we're on Facebook, we're getting the word out on radio, on TV, through the magazine, neighbors, through bulletin, however we can. Word of mouth, however we can.
It strikes me as being possible to have our local veterinarians alert their clients as they come in
Oh, absolutely.
to
Yeah.
the service. Are they doing that?
I'm not sure. We've held 2 webinars for our local vet clinics, and I'm happy to say that of our now 8 clinics, that 5 of them participated. Only 3 did not. 2 of those we've had conversations with. 1 does not engage. One clinic does not engage. So I think it's pretty positive, and every one of those have been positive. We're all working toward needing to solve this problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I need to sign that book?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're on now to our consent agenda. It's items 3 through 10. Are there any items on the consent agenda that commissioners would like to pull for separate consideration or have questions on? Hearing none, if I can get a motion and a second to approve items 3 through 10.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Allen, seconded by Commissioner Reynolds. Any input, public input on consent agenda items? All right, hearing none. Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda items 3 through 10?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
The consent agenda has 2 resolutions. Item number 4, 2022-32. Item number 9, 2022-33.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, we're on to agenda item 11, the resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Murillo,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Dawood.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today, I would be presenting the FY23 proposed budget. This is due to Department of Finance and Administration on June 1st next week. So after today's presentation, we would be submitting it to DFA. We begin this presentation with several factors which have been impacting the revenue, not just of the county, but the state economy, US economy, and world economy. There have been a lot of unforeseen situations that have affected the way the economy has been able to handle it, and it would definitely affect our revenue forecasts. We do use economic models, but things change. We are forecasting our revenues based on the information we currently have. So some of the factors were the COVID pandemic, the federal funds that we received, which included the CARES Act, American Rescue Plan Act. Then the stimulus ended. There was also labor shortage. More recently, the war in Ukraine, which resulted in international trade disruptions. There has been a great volatility in oil prices, supply chain issues, consumer demand. Inflation has been high. Interest rates have changed. Housing market issues are there. Also, there is probability of recession. The demographic trend of where people are moving within the country. So we would reassess our situation throughout the year, and if needed, we would come back and adjust our revenues accordingly. The things to look out for in the coming fiscal year would be the oil prices, the global demand, inflation, and how the pandemic situation changes or ends. This slide presents the county-wide sources of revenue, so it includes the general fund as well as all the restricted funds. For FY22, we are showing the adopted budget. This is what was approved last year by the board for FY22. During the year, there have been some transfers and additional items approved by BOCC, but
throughout this presentation, we would be showing the adopted budget to compare it to the second column, which is our FY23 proposed budget. So last year, our revenues were estimated at 213 million. This year, our proposed revenues are 216.5 million. The next column shows the difference of 3.13 million, and then we are showing the difference as a percentage. So the first row that we have is the gross receipt tax. These have come in higher throughout the year. We are basing our FY23 estimate based on what we received in this fiscal year, plus a 2% increase. Equalization tax did come in higher. We had budgeted it at 4.8 million. This year, we received the money in September, and it was 6.76 million. We had a discussion with New Mexico Tax and Revenue, and they said it's reasonable to estimate FY23 similar, 6.7. Due to high oil prices, we can anticipate continued elevated equalization distribution. This is given to GRT collected per person. If it's less than the state average, the county receives this money. Property taxes, these are based on a formula from DFA, which takes the 3-year average collection, and we are expecting a 2.6% increase. Fees and service charge makes up the biggest item is the detention center revenue, which is 11.5 million. There is wastewater fee of 2.2 million and the franchise fee of 2.1 million. Most of it is El Paso Electric. In miscellaneous, we are budgeting 6.2 million. The biggest amount of that is the PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, which we have estimated at 3.35 million, and we have been receiving it around 3.4 million every year. Next month, in June, we would be receiving our PILT payment for this year. The taxes comprises of gas and flood tax. Flood tax being higher, which is 2.93 million, and gas tax is budgeted at 725,000. For penalty and interest and investment income, we are expecting similar to the current fiscal year. There is not a huge difference, and the penalty includes the late charges for wastewater and then the property tax process, interest and penalties. Investment income, there would be small adjustments due to realized gains or losses. The state distributions that we have includes the fire at 1.89 million, EMS at 166,000, and law enforcement protection fund at 177,000. There is not much difference. We would find out the updated amounts for EMS in July, and we will update it in the final presentation. In grants, last year, our adopted budget was very high. It included the American Rescue Plan Act funds, which came in last May. And this year, we do see a decrease because of the ARPA funding. So the same information which is presented here, the 216 million, we will show it in the form of a pie chart on the next slide. So this is our forecasted revenue, 216 million. The two largest pieces are the gross receipt tax at 31% and property taxes at 22%. Grants also make up 25%, the reason being that we have received a lot of federal awards, and those especially American Rescue Plan and Emergency Rental Fund in very big amounts, and other county grants. Now we would look at only the general fund revenue. So our entire revenue forecast is 216 million. A portion of that is for general funds. So 96.9 million is our estimate for FY23 general fund revenues. Last year, FY22 adopted budget was 89 million. The difference is 6.9 million, and the percentage difference is 7.8. For property taxes, as I had mentioned, we are using the 3-year average. For the last 3 years, we are expecting a 2.6% increase. The property taxes goes into the general fund. For gross receipt taxes, we are only taking those which are not restricted or which have not been designated here, and that's Our estimate is 29 million of our total GRT. Equalization tax, we are expecting 6.76 based on discussion with tax and revenue because of high oil prices in the state. Fees and service charge, it includes the franchise fee, which also includes El Paso Electric, which is the highest one, 1.9 million. Under miscellaneous, PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, is the biggest contributor, and we would be receiving that money in June. Investment income and penalty and taxes is relatively flat. We are expecting it similar to last year. And under grants, in general revenue, we only have the BLM illegal dumping grant, which is accounted in a fund which is considered the general fund.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, Ms. Daywood, I have just one quick question on the top line of property taxes. Did you actually look at what the increase in property value on average was in the county this year? Because I understand property values seem to go up, 20, 30%. So this doesn't seem to reflect that.
Yes.
Are we expecting this to be different as this is what's budgeted, but do we expect that to change since the property values went up?
We actually base it on the formula that Department of Finance and Administration allows us to use. So they say that look at the prior 3 years and take an average. So that's what we have done. But yes, as you mentioned, property values have gone up, and we will adjust it during the year or at the year end based on what we actually receive.
Okay, and did you look at the property value amount that tentatively we rose this year?
Yes, in general.
And how much is it, like 20%, 30%?
I think probably the Treasurer's Office would have a better idea on those. What do we have?
I think 3.5% annually from the assessor's valuation.
So based on the assessors, it's 3.5%.
Okay, thank you.
So now we will move on to our expenses. So some of the important points that have impacted the expenditure budget for this year is the increase in representative step increases, which is 1.4 million. That includes fire, DASO, detention, blue collar, and court security. Health insurance increase is 4.1%, which amounts to 530,000. We have included countywide 5% salary increase for 2.3 million. The minimum pay is adjusted to $15. The impact is 560,000. And in the position book, there are 974 positions, of which currently 475 part-time and full-time positions are filled. 745. There are 25 new positions, and we would be discussing them on the next slide.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allens?
The included countywide 5% salary increase, does that include the unions?
Those are under the step increases, the 1.4 million. Yes, they include the unions as well.
Okay.
Yes, it does include.
When do
It
we go
includes
back-
all employees.
When do we go back into negotiation with the unions?
We currently are and have been.
So that 5% could be a little less or a little more?
I don't anticipate it'll be a little bit less.
Okay.
Could be a little bit more. It depends. We're looking at some other options as well.
I know I see our County Treasurer, Eric Rodriguez here walked in. I don't know if you were hearing, and I don't know if Ms. Dawood, if we might have an opportunity. I don't know, Commissioner Reynolds, did you want to?
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez has something?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Eric Rodriguez, County Treasurer. To answer your question, I was just next door listening in, so I ran over here right away. I didn't bring my paperwork with me to tell you any specific numbers, but I do want to mention property values are based on assessed taxable value, and that is capped at 3% every year.
Yeah.
So even if market value right now is over the roof,
Right.
Homeowners here in Doña Ana County will not see higher taxing rate than the 3% increase per year. So that would already be factored in what DFA provides and what they call the yield control formula that they do and provide to us in
Yeah.
budget.
You know, the only exception to that would be the amount of property that's being bought and sold right now.
Correct.
So as you sell property or property's purchased, you actually then have to adjust back to the, what the normal assessed value would be, is that my understanding?
That is
There's a-
correct.
Is
Yes,
there a
sir.
limit on that as well?
I'm sorry?
Is there a limit on that? So if I have a property that's currently assessed at like 150, I sell it for like 300, does it automatically go to the 300, or is there a step process to that?
So, no, you would be assessed at the current market value, well, the taxable value at whatever it's currently valued at based on today's market conditions. So let's say, a homeowner has their home since back in 1980, since I believe 2000 or 2004, the 3% cap started. They would have 3% caps. If they sold their home today, the new owner would then default to the market value at today's price.
Perfect.
They get to tax 1/3 of that. So, but after that, if you've been the same homeowner for many years, you're only being taxed at 3%. Or sorry, no more than 3% of your home value increase.
Thank you,
got it.
Treasurer Rodriguez. This is actually kind of special. I mean, just the fact that we have a lot of people in the county that don't come down here and become present. They watch it from their desks, just so something like this happens, they can jump up and be present. And I appreciate that response and the participation for everybody in the county.
I have the convenience of being next door, so thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Treasurer Rodriguez.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
let the record show that Commissioner Shapiro is here.
Thank you, Commissioner Allens.
I have a question about this slide as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Delwood, so the 5% increase goes from top to bottom, all the way to the top. Everybody in the county who's not union gets the whole 5%?
Yes, it's all the employees,
Okay.
countywide.
The other question I have is, okay, we currently, is the 25 new positions, does that take us to 974? Or are we already at 974 and we're adding additional positions?
We have 974 existing positions, and yes, these 25 would be added. Out of the 974, 745 are currently filled by full-time or part-time.
745?
745.
Okay. Are we expecting any of those numbers to change as far as the amount of people that are actually employed in the open positions?
Yes, they keep, this is, I think I got the information yesterday from HR, so at this point in time, we have 745 full-time and part-time. The number changes as employees are hired or leave.
Okay, thank you.
So on the next slide, we will discuss the 25 new position requests. So we have 9 position requests for firefighters, 5 positions for DASO. For clerk's office, there are 6 position requests. Flood has 2, and Jetport, IT, and OEM have 1 position request each. So this adds up to 25 new positions. The impact on the budget would be $1.58 million for the 25 positions. On the next slide, we would look at the expenditures for the county. So this is the proposed county-wide expenditure budget. This includes all the funds, the general fund, as well as those with restrictions. Last year, our adopted budget was $250 million. This year, our expenditure budget is $887 million. The difference is $36 million, which is about 14.6%. In personnel costs and operating costs, the increase is about 10%. For personnel, we have included the health increases, $530,000, step increases of $1.4 million, pay increase of $2.9 million, the 25 new positions, and the impact of 80% health coverage was about $570,000. The operating are across the county based on departmental needs. Debt service includes the GEO bond and the wastewater funds. For capital outlay, we would be discussing it in more detail in slides 17 to 20, the different requests that we have. State distributions include the Law Enforcement Protection Fund for $177,000, EMS distributions for $176,000, and fire distributions for $3.6 million. The grants here include all the grants, and we would carry forward the remaining balances. This would be adjusted in the final budget based on how much has been spent from the grants till June 30th. The same information will be shown in the form of a pie chart on the next slide. So the 287 million expenses that were budgeted for FY23, the biggest portions are the personnel costs at 26% and operating at 28%. Grants also makes up 33% of our expenditure budget. Now we would look at specifically general fund expenditures. So out of the total 287 million budgeted, 79 million are for general fund expenses. Again, the personnel and operating costs have an increase of about 10%, which is across various departments. The capital outlay from the general fund, we will discuss it in slides 17 to 20. Those are for community development, DASO, and facilities. And the grants here are the BLM illegal dumping grant, which is coded to a general fund. Now we would go over the departmental budgets. For each department, we would show last year's adopted budget, upcoming year's proposed budget, the difference. So for the sheriff's office, the increase is in salary and benefits and in operating costs, including fuel, vehicle maintenance. In capital, we would be going over the request again on slide 19. It includes crime scene unit for 550,000, 2 bait cars, and a drone. For the clerk's office, there is a decrease because of a reduction in temporary salaries. They are requesting 6 new positions, so they wouldn't need to hire temporary employees that much. On the assessor's office and the treasurer's, commissioners, and probate, there is slight increase in salary and benefit budgets. Under the commissioner's office, the other increase is in operating, is telephone and supplies. And most of it is made up of membership fee, which is due to different agencies like the Transit District, Council of Governments, Association of Counties, and Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce. Moving on to more departments. Under the county manager's budget, the difference is mainly due to external agency budgets. On slide 22, we would show the external agencies. It includes the spay neuter, the food resiliency, MWIDA. Under risk management, HR, finance, legal, public information, and county auditor, there is a slight increase. It's because of salaries and benefit adjustments. IT, information technology, has increase of 381,000 for data system maintenance, and they have capital request of 177,000 for phone and voice mail system upgrades.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Can you go back to slide 11, Ms. Daywood?
Yes.
So if I'm seeing this correctly, help me understand what I'm missing, is I see that the clerk's budget is reduced by 314,000, and yet she's going to, when she hires the 6 new positions, that's going to increase back up to almost 300,000. So does this not reflect that increase based on the hiring, this budget, or it does? Because if it does, then should we drop 314,000 and then added another burden of another 300,000, which would actually decrease her net by almost $600,000. Am I reading this wrong?
Yes. So once because they do budget for temporary positions and all of them are not filled, so usually there was budget remaining for the temporary hires. So now the clerk's office has adjusted their budget, that when they get the 6 new positions, the number of temporaries they would need would be less.
Okay, so this is reflecting the temporary positions and not the permanent positions that are going to be added later, or is it reflecting both?
Both.
I'm just confused.
Yeah, I think this is the net is the savings, but essentially the positions were converted from the existing budget. The existing budget already had temporary employees budgeted in. They just converted those temporary employees to full-time.
permanent. Is that it?
Correct.
Okay. And that means we spend 300,000 and we save 300,000? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Lucio Luttrell, Budget Officer. So the 314 difference is a net between the new positions and the reduction in temporary salaries and early voting poll workers. So they're not budgeting as much next year due to the number of elections that we have during the year as they were in this year.
Okay, but the 23rd budget does go through December, doesn't it?
No.
It does not?
It goes, this fiscal year's budget ends in a month.
Right.
A new fiscal year. The numbers are correct up there. I think that's the simplest explanation. That is the adopted budget for the clerk is the 2.7 next year because of a combination of factors, but it does include the new permanent employees, the 6 employees that were requested by the clerk. But it allows her to diminish overtime, temporary employees, and the fact that next year is a kind of an off election year, so we won't have as many elections. So the numbers there are absolutely accurate, incorporating the new and kind of adjusting to what next year will be related to elections.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Daywood.
So moving on to other departments from general fund, community development, there is an increase of 500,000 for the land development software. We would also discuss that in the capital outlay slide. For animal control, vector control, fairgrounds, fire, and OEM, the increase is due to salaries and benefits. For fire, there are 9 new positions. For OEM, there is 1 new position. Under facilities and parks, 400,000 is for proceeds from sale of property. And also they have capital requests of 112,000 for lighting projects, and we would discuss that in the capital slides, 17 to 20. For utilities, they also have increase due to salary and benefits for administrative staff. Looking at the summary of the last 3 slides, the total combined adopted budget was 70.975 million. This year's proposed is 79.69 million. The non-departmental general fund budget, that includes the GRT admin fee of 3.25%, the BLM grants, and the environmental funds.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
what does non-departmental general fund budgets include?
It includes the GRT admin fee of 3.25% that Downana County is required to record. It is implemented by New Mexico Tax and Revenue for administration of our GRT. It also includes our BLM grant for illegal dumping, and then our environmental funds for waste exchange agreement and solid and liquid waste costs.
Does it include the funds that we distribute to the Animal Service Center?
That is in the other agency funding, and we would, it's not in this, is it?
It's in the administration.
It's in the administration. So if we look at the second line item after the elected official, the administration, 26 million, that includes the Animal Services Center.
Okay, thank you.
Now we would look at other non-general fund departments. Detention center budget shows a 13% increase. There's increase in salary and benefits. Also operating costs increase of 1.4 million for Horizon Health contract, care of prisoner costs, increase in safety and building maintenance. Capital outlay request is 1.1 million, and we would discuss detention's capital request on slide 19 in more detail. For utilities, the increase is due to salary and benefits and grant-related items. Under flood commission, this is a restricted fund. Other than salaries and benefits, the operating increase include aerial photography, 800,000. The capital outlay is 1.4 million and includes various projects. Some of the larger projects are the Hatch Dam, Gardner Dam, La Union Channel, Tulbrook Improvements, Wado Lily Pond. Under the Health Care Assistance Fund, which was previously called the Indigent Fund, there is an increase mainly due to contractual services and net care pool contributions. For road, there is salary and benefit increases of 490,000, and the operating increases is for motor loader lease and the LGRF grants. For health and human services, there is increase in contractual services, which is related to various HHS projects like crisis response, youth intervention programs. And for fleet, there is increase due to vehicle maintenance of 180,000 and then vehicle and equipment purchases of 339. We will discuss fleet purchases in the capital slides. The assessor's office has a decrease in aerial photography and Jetport. There is an increase due to a new position. Fire excise tax is not included on this slide. We have included it on slide 17. The total amount that has been proposed for FY23 is 10.3 million for fire excise tax compared to 6.64 last year. And we would discuss their Anthony Neo Fire Station and trucks and units that they have ordered on slide 17. This shows a budget recap, the entire big picture of the county. So we would be starting our fiscal year July 1st with 188.84 million in cash reserves. This is the highest reserve that we had. Last year, when we did our presentation, we had a beginning cash balance of 152 million. So it has increased by about 37 million during this year. The next column that we have is the estimated revenues for this year, 216 million. The expenditures that we are budgeting for FY23 are 287 million. The ending cash is 118 million. When we had done this presentation last year, we had started with 152 million, and we had said that we would end at 114 million, and we would dip 38 million into our reserves. But actually, we are starting the year with 188, which is higher than 152 last million. So we added about 37 million to our reserve balance. So our revenues have come in higher, and the expenditures that we had budgeted were lower. So this year, we are showing a use of reserve of 70.83 million in this presentation. But next year, we might actually be adding to our reserves or not dipping in that much based on how we have been performing in the last many years. So on general fund, we are required to keep a reserve of 19.92 million. The special revenue here are those which are restricted by legislation, contract, or grants. The capital project, these includes the roads initiative, the detention, energy infrastructure project, and airport grants. Debt service is for the Geo Bond series and wastewater. The bonds, and then the enterprise is the utilities fund. Internal services are our fleet, and trust and agencies are those that we hold for others like the municipalities and school districts. So after looking at the required reserve of 20.5 million, our adjusted ending cash balance is expected at 97 million, and we would be using reserves of 70.83, which we would discuss on slide 21. This slide shows the use of reserves, restricted funds. So as we can see, grants is the biggest portion for out of the 40 million. 36 million is for the American Rescue Plan Act. Fire excise tax is 7.9 million. That includes 3 transport units, 3 wildland fire trucks, the new fire station in Anthony, and extractor gear. For flood commission, there are various capital item projects. Some of the bigger ones are the Hatch Dam, Gardner Dam, La Union Channel, Wado Lily Pond. For fire EMS, the amounts are 1.66 million for fire and 10,000 for EMS. The detention energy project is expected to be completed in June or July. So based on where they are as of 30th June, we will adjust the carry forward amount. The other funds combined include the assessor's fee, the corrections, clerks, and airport. These capital items have been approved by the Board of County Commissioners in the prior meetings or in the prior years. For facilities and parks, there are the architectural services for district court expansion and the Chaparral Library. So based on how much has been spent till 30th June, we will adjust the carry forward amount for the next fiscal year. For utilities, it includes the grant matches, Sleepy Farm and Wado, Chaparral Phase 2. For engineering 5, it's the roads initiative, Phase 2, which was approved by Board of County Commissioners. Next, we will look at the FY23 proposed new capital projects. So for community development, 500,000 is required for the land development software to improve the department's efficiency, and this is based on recommendations by the efficiency review. For DASO, the request is for the crime scene unit, which is 16 years old. Other than that, there are 2 BAIT cars, a drone, and replacement of 25 DASO fleet units. For detention center, the water control system, cell locks, and in-ground sprinkler system are 26 years old and need replacement. The stainless steel shower inserts are in bad shape. The camera system would be improved and upgraded to provide a bit more options. The parking drainage issues need corrections. On engineering and roads, it's 5,000 for other grant-related costs. The total for this slide is 5.18 million. We'll continue with other proposed capital requests on the next slide. So we carry forward the 5.1 million here, and then these are the other requests. For facilities and parks, it's for the lighting upgrade. For fleet, there is electric vehicle charging station, which is solar powered and capable of charging 6 vehicles at a time. The county vehicle replacements includes vehicles for facilities and parks, animal control, codes, community development, vector control, jetport, and road vehicle equipment, which includes 1 oil distributor, water truck, and transport semi-tractor. For IT, the request is for phone and voicemail upgrade for 170,000. This is the recommended version for Cisco's communication system.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
I don't know if you know, but perhaps somebody is here who knows. What will that electrical vehicle charging station be used for?
Basically to charge as we begin to convert over to electric vehicles, then basically that's the station that will be able to be utilized by both county vehicles and public vehicles as well.
Will 1 station be sufficient in the future?
There's 6, it's 1 station, it's 1 unit, but there's 6 vehicles that can be charged at the same time.
Thank you.
So So this shows the draw on our cash reserves. Our expected revenues for FY23 are 216 million. The expenditures we are budgeting are 287 million. The difference is 70.83 use of reserve. Out of this, 59 million is from restricted funds. 6.48 million were projects previously approved, capital projects, and our new capital request is 6.87 million. So our budget surplus, in which we take out the restricted funds and we take out the one-time capital expenditures, just look at our recurring revenues and our recurring expenses. Our recurring revenues exceed our recurring expenses by 1.55 million. Moving on to outside agency funding level, this includes Mavida. It increased from 200 to 300,000 this year. Spay and neuter is at 100,000. Food resiliency at 200,000, and La Opinion at 23,298. Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority is at 2 million. County Extension Office 154,100. This supports extension educational programs in agriculture, family, and consumer services. South Central Regional Transit District, last year in our adopted budget, it was 628,000. At mid-year, there was an increase of 83,000 due to increase in higher fuel costs and labor costs. An additional 12,000 was added for the fare box. So they are currently at 725,000 in FY22. In FY23, the request is 825,000, an increase of 100,000 to support a local match to grant funds for purchase of 5 buses. For Metro Narcotics, the amount is 325,000. And Animal Services Center, it's at 1.75 million. Last year, it was at 1.45 million. The difference is 300,000. And it is the amount to match the city's contribution, also of 1.75 million.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
is that an increase in the funds for the Animal Service Center?
It is.
Yes.
And it's a $345,000 increase. Basically, the city, I believe, is not increasing their budget. If you recall from the discussions at the Animal Services Center board meeting. But what we're doing is providing an additional $345,000 to the operations so that we are then sharing the same commitment that the city of Las Cruces is.
How far does that go to meet the proposed budget that the Animal Service Center has proposed?
If I recall, their proposal was at $1 million.
Yeah, I think from what I recall from the meeting, they had requested each the city and the county provide 2.1 million. So that would mean we would be 350,000 each, or 700,000 total under what their proposed budget was.
We basically are
because-
providing, we're the entity that is providing additional money. That additional money is $345,000. Our total commitment is $1.7 million. And so the Animal Services Center, basically with these levels of funding, will have to operate within those monies allocated.
How much did they request from us, do you recall?
The $2.1 million.
From the county alone in addition?
Yes. Yes, and I think that there was questions related to kind of the strength of the proposal. And the city made a determination that it was not going to increase from its $1.7 million commitment. What we're doing at least is taking a step forward so that we can come into 50% contribution share with the city by increasing it by $345,000.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the South Central Regional Transit District. You mentioned there's 5 additional buses. Is that in addition or replacement buses?
It's replacement for 5 buses ready to retire.
Right. And might I ask, are they larger or are they the same size? And are we thinking about maybe going to electrical vehicles or just status quo?
And we have Mr. David Arbijo from the South Central Regional Transit District here that can help answer those questions.
Good afternoon. Well, I think it's still morning. Good morning, I guess. Yeah. Hi, I'm David Armijo, Executive Director for the South Central Regional Transit District. And Commissioner, I'd love to respond to you. So if I may, there's two answers to your question, partly because of timing. So the 5 buses that are reflective are in fact replacement buses. They're the original buses we received from the state of New Mexico back in 2015 when we began to start the process for the agency. So they're much older, 280, 300,000 miles. So it's amazing how fast 6, 7 years went by. So those buses are in the queue and actually have been on order for nearly 2 years. The delay with the pandemic has made it difficult for us to get the buses. Fortunately, we started early enough in the process that we're close to getting those buses. The second part of the question is we are in the process of submitting a grant application for the beginning of getting electric buses. So as those buses go back into our fleet, the ones we've got on order, the next order buses, which would go in as early as this fall and could be available in 18 months, would in fact be the first electric buses added to the system for the community. We are working on a more definitive zero emission plan in which going forward, all those buses will be electric. The last part of your question is the size of the bus. So the buses are in fact mid-size. They're a bit larger than 28 passenger, a little bit. You've seen them out here. We had them out front some time ago. These are a little bit smaller than that. We're finding that the average vehicles that really run into our service do better at about a 20 passenger bus. They're also a little less expensive and easier to maintain. However, as we begin looking at electric buses, we're finding the larger 35-foot buses, similar to the hybrid electrics, the 2 that we have down in Sunland Park, actually have a bigger range. So it's going to be a combination of 35-footers and 25-footers as we go into the future. Hopefully I answered your question.
It did. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Armijo.
The other outside agency funding includes Film Blast Cruises for $95,000, the Village of Hatch Library, which would promote and educate youth in that area. They're planning to build a playground behind the library for children to work on the STEM program. The USDA Wildlife Services, the request is $41,750, and Downtown Las Cruces Partnership is $50,000, similar to last year's request.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Ms. Daywood, so the U.S. Wildlife Services contract is still in the current contract we have. This is not a new contract, correct?
Yes.
That's correct. It is the current contract that was approved earlier.
Thank you.
Yes, the difference is $1,500. Last year it was $40,250. This year it's $41,750.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Chaparro.
thank you. Regarding Film Las Cruces, what is the amount that the county is funding this year?
$95,000. Last year it was $70,000. The difference is,
It's this year.
sorry. In FY22 it's $70,000, the current fiscal year. For next upcoming fiscal year, it's going to be $95,000.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, before we deviate from this presentation, I'm requesting that we add an additional $50,000 to the MVIDA contract, the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance. They basically, to the greatest extent, we certainly have economic development expertise within our community development department, but we basically have been using MVIDA to fill the role of an economic development department so that we don't really have those kind of costs. It was a recent discussion with their executive director related to helping developing marketing tools that I had seen in a conference in El Paso related to the marketing of the entire area. So I am going to ask the commission, and we didn't incorporate it into the budget because then it would have deviated numbers at the last minute, and we didn't want to do that. But I am asking for you to increase that MVIDA budget by an additional $50,000.
Okay, I'll make a note of it, and then when we're at the end, we can make any, take any motions or amendments to this budget.
So this brings an end to the revenue and expenses budget. This is our budget calendar. The preliminary budget is due to DFA on 1st June. End of June or first meeting in July, we will come before the BOCC to approve year-end adjustments based on the actual GRT amounts that we have received for the year and any other adjustments. 26th July, we would bring our fourth quarter presentation, which would be the June 30th year-end quarter, as well as our final budget. Both are due to DFA on 31st July. So these are our upcoming budget calendar meetings. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dawood. Are there any other questions on the time frame of the budget calendar or the rest of the budget for Ms. Dawood? Okay. All right, so I think, oh, go ahead, Commissioner Owens.
I do have one series of questions for the clerk. Could you bring up the slide where they're going to ask for 6 new hires? Yeah, that one. How many currently budgeted vacancies do you have?
30, vacancies?
Vacancies that are already budgeted for?
0.
0.
We have
So-
a full staff currently.
Okay, because when I look at the reports that we get listing the salaries of everybody in the county, I do see some vacancies existing.
So there are currently a couple of document technicians that we are hiring for. And if you see another vacancy, it's one that is unfunded, I believe. So the 6 positions that we have requested and are so grateful that have been preliminarily approved are 4 doc techs, 2 for our Bureau of Elections, 2 for our recording and filing, an additional machine tech at our warehouse, as well as an administrative assistant. So what that will do is alleviate the process of continuing to hire temporary employees throughout the year, then having them leave because they're seeking secure permanent employment, or waiting to hire them, then going through the process, and then they've taken another position somewhere else because of the wait time. So we have been in a constant state of hiring and interviewing, and then we're hopeful we get, 30% of the applicants to move forward. So the reason that the budget it's really not that much more than we have historically had, because we've been paying those in overtime and temp employees, and what we're hoping is to alleviate both of those things, including the mandatory overtime that has been historically very difficult for our office to maintain.
So the doc techs are essentially going to be used to replace temporary employees.
Correct.
Okay,
All righty. Thank you.
thank you.
And for the record, I appreciate the support of those. That'll really alleviate a lot of stressors for staff, and they are beyond thrilled that this has been preliminarily approved. So thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
how long do you think it'll take you to get these positions filled?
Well, with the fiscal year opening July 1st, I'm hoping we have it ready to go at that point. And we have really had a lot of success with Sandra Bali and their process, and she understands our needs and has been just excellent. As you know, I have talked about her previously. She and Erica have just done an excellent job for our office and know that the flow and pace is really high and have just worked with us in an amazing way. So with their support, we're really hoping to move forward as soon as we can. And again, getting locked and loaded, so to speak, by July 1st so we can move forward with those in anticipation of the general election.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This actually applies across the board. Does this include benefits?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Are there any other questions? Comments? All right. So I know there's one request or change to this. So if I know it's the $50,000 increase from what's on this budget for Mavita. I don't know if there's a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we accept the budget as presented plus another $25,000, $50,000 increase for Mavita's board.
Okay, so there's a motion. I know we have a motion already on the floor for approval. So we'll call this an amendment. Thank you. So now, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Owens. So we have a motion for an amendment for $50,000 increase for Mavita. Second, is there any input on this amendment, public input? All right, Randy, will you call the roll on the amendment, proposed amendment?
Commissioner Owens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay, so that amendment is approved. So we're now with the proposed budget as amended on the floor. I don't know if there's any other questions, comments, public input. Sheriff Stewart.
Thank you, okay, Chair Sanchez. Sorry, I'm suffering from allergies today. I want to make it known that the IT department is out of server space as of 2.5 months from now. So we are just making it known that we have submitted our budget, so it did not include more servers. And we're under pressure ourselves to limit what is stored. So in order to accommodate this running out of space, we're limiting all misdemeanor cases to a 6-month window where we retain. Currently, they're at a year. We're happy to do that, but please be aware that people who commit crimes don't just count. Today I did a felony, tomorrow I did a misdemeanor, the next day I did a felony. We might take one felon who's committed 6 misdemeanors and we've lost that retention ability. So just be aware, we're also under pressure from the district attorney whose servers are inadequate for that department, and they've been asking us to retain our information longer. We're at a loss. We don't run this system, but we're not going to be able to buy a $40,000 server to assist IT. So I just want to make you aware of that because I noted in their request, it only included, I believe, email and phone service. It should actually include another server. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Sheriff Stewart, is there any kind of state mandate on how long you actually retain this information or a retention policy that's required? Because it seems to me, and I just really don't know, it seems to me that keeping a misdemeanor information in only 6 months actually kind of pushes up against the possibility of getting a court date and getting it resolved in the court if that's required. Is there a mandate for how long you're supposed to keep it?
Yes, we meet the mandate in all of areas. The mandate regarding misdemeanors, we had extended it beyond the 6-month originally. And you're wise to point out that the district attorney is backlogged. So we don't have any idea what cases may be coming up closer to that 1-year deadline for the statute to run. So you're correct. We are happy to move back to 6 months for retention on misdemeanors, but we're still up against the fact that we're running out of space, and it's not going to be too much longer that we can make do.
Mr. Chairman. And
Commissioner
Sheriff
Chaparro,
Stewart, thank you. Sheriff Stewart, you mentioned that you threw out a number of 40,000 for server. Is that indeed the number? Or, I mean, do we have an approximate cost of an additional server for your department, for your IT?
That was the invoice presented to me about a week and a half ago. It was 40,000, a little 39 and change. But when I met with IT a couple of days ago, they indicated that 40,000 would be adequate, and they did have an estimate.
I have another question. So if this server is purchased, what is the life of the server in your estimation? Would it be a year? Would it be?
Ma'am, that would be a question for IT because I don't have that level of knowledge. I just know that we were just noticed about 2 weeks ago that we're 2.5 months from running out of space. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, Commissioner Chaparro, I have quite a bit of storage at my house, about 10 terabytes, and some of my drives are 20 years old, so it's possible it can last 10, 20 years.
Mr. Macias, I don't know if you have any.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like permission to have Andres Martinez, who basically manages that area for our IT department, to provide you with some information.
Please.
Hello, Commission. Andres Martinez from IT. So the storage, we provided 2 quotes. One is $27,000 for 3 years additional storage. There is a $49,000 quote to increase that storage for 5 years. That is looking at the average growth per month that the department's currently using.
And I'm sorry, you're talking on, I guess I'm confused. Are we talking actual data space, or it sounds like we're talking a subscription here?
No, it's actual space. So DASO, when they bought the body cams, they purchased a physical storage, network storage. Actually, 2 of them, a main one and a backup. So the quote is to add shelves to that storage.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Sorry, I got looks like 27K for 3 years worth, and how much was the 5 years?
49.
49.
Yeah.
Are you recommending that we go ahead and also include this in the budget now?
I mean, ideally, we would like to make a purchase before the fiscal year. It takes 3 to 5 months for that to get delivered. But at the very minimum, yeah, it needs to be included in the budget somewhere.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Again, it doesn't need to be included in next year's budget. Let me kind of maybe.
It can be.
It can be purchased. We're talking about 45,000, but if I'm understanding the information correct, this was presented to the sheriff's office. They indicated that they weren't prepared to pay for that. So we'll have a little bit of a discussion because I'm anticipating that there's $1.7 million of the current fiscal year's sheriff's budget that will be unutilized this fiscal year. So coming up with $45,000, I'm sorry, it's not a big issue.
But that would be under this year's, this could be done under this year's fiscal year budget?
Yes, because
That doesn't have to be under the proposed next fiscal year budget?
Has nothing to do with, I don't see it as having anything to do because it's $47,000. They already have the quotes. They can basically make the purchase before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, I think as long as that's taken care of, I think it's concerning that if we have concerns with record retention, we can get that taken care of.
And again, we should have a little bit of a discussion if it in fact is the request coming from the district attorney's office, especially related to misdemeanors. I'm not quite clear what the need for an extended period of time for those particular kinds of crimes.
Okay, so we can, if we,
level.
all right. I mean, my thought is if it's going to be under, if we can do it under this year's fiscal year budget, then at least for this discussion for next year's fiscal year budget, we don't have to make adjustments here.
I don't believe that you have to.
Mr. Reynolds, did you have?
Yeah, I do have one more question. Yeah. Andre, do you anticipate another requirement for additional storage next year, or you think we're going to be good really for 5 years?
So if we do the 49,000, that'll get us 4 to 5 years, depending on if there are additional units or deputies added. Obviously, that number will will decrease. I would say if we go for the highest amount, probably 3 years from now, we need to.
Is this storage shared with the rest of the county?
No, it's just for video evidence. for
And
the
so who
sheriffs.
maintains it? Do you still maintain that
Yeah.
storage? And it's housed in the sheriff's department?
No, it's housed at OEM, and I believe either here or at MIRVDA, we have the backup shelf.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff Stewart, for bringing that to our attention.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
just one question. Sheriff Stewart, are we getting the right information, or do you have some other observation? I just want to make sure we're correct about what we're hearing. And we have the budget to do it this year.
Thank you, sir, for the question. The issue is we must take possession in order for it to go out of this fiscal year 2022 budget.
Right.
He just told you we can't take possession for 3 to 5 months. So that's the challenge we have. I mean, if we could just buy it, yes. I also want to point out that the 1.7 that is unutilized by us or is projected to be unutilized, that would be open to some discussion. Those are funds that don't give themselves to move freely from line item to line item.
So I'm not the accountant here. Obviously, we have accounting here. So is it correct that if we try to use this year's money, we can't use this year's money without actually taking possession of the item once we order it? And I think, Andres, you with a head shake, you're saying it takes 3 to 5 months to get this data. So it sounds to me like we do have to deal with this as a next year's budget item if we can't receive the storage buddy in the next month. And I'm getting head shakes from the treasurer, from the accounting, and from everybody that we probably do need to add that to this budget for next year.
I guess I guess my suggestion would be this. This is a preliminary budget that we're approving here. This will come back to us in June, we can have that time in which to investigate, look at it, and if it's something we do need to add to the final budget, we can do that in June. At least that would be my suggestion to the board, is let's move forward with what we have here, allow the county manager to review that with IT, and then we can make that adjustment in our final budget if we need to.
Mr. Chair.
I'm good with that. Thank you, Mr.
Agreed,
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, let's see, do we have any other comments, questions, public input? All right, hearing or seeing none, I'll ask Brandy, will you, if you could take the roll on the proposed, fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget as amended?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Item number 11 does have a resolution number. The number is 2022-34.
Thank you, Brandy. I know we're, let's see, it's 11:58. If we can take a 10-minute break to, say, 12:08, and then we'll come back and resume with agenda item number 12, which is to authorize publication of an ordinance amending the county regional spaceport gross receipts tax.
Early voting, I would say you're absolutely right. There's 42 locations. 42. Either, yeah, town hall,
All right, it's 10 minutes after 12. We'll give everybody a minute to get back into their seats, and then we'll get started. All right, we're on to agenda item number 12, which is to authorize publication of an ordinance amending the county regional spaceport gross receipts tax. And if I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Reynolds. Is there a second? I will second the motion. All right, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually simply proposing that we consider and evaluate most everything that we have that's long-term, our contracts and our investments and the things that we do. At this time, obviously, all I want to do is to simply publish this so we can have a discussion about it on July 24th. Is that right? Looking at the date here. So I'm simply requesting right now that we simply approve this for publishing so we can have a discussion and give everyone time to actually consider the options here. If you remember a while back, Senator Cervantes actually made the point that this GRT tax for the spaceport does not have an end of life. So basically, without this board taking action, we'll continue to collect the GRT spaceport tax and provide that to the spaceport pretty much until the board takes action. So that would, at the current time, the bond we have that we're covering with this GRT tax, which is required by the state statute that we've agreed to in the Joint Powers Agreement, will be paid off approximately June of 2029. At that time, I'm recommending with this proposal that we actually sunset that GRT tax at that time unless this board or the community through a referendum decide that we continue that investment for a longer period of time. It's simply not having an end of life for this GRT tax. Basically, it means we have to take action of some sort or just continue to let it go. And all I'm asking here at this time is that we consider these options at a time in the near future. The other thing I'm looking at, if you look at this in detail, the amount of money that we collect a tax on is currently at 0.25% of 1%, which is roughly 1/8% of a tax. With that, when we first started, we had to cover about $5 million a year in bonds, which we have done. Since 2007, the increased revenue, our taxes that we're collecting, has more than doubled, which means that we can still cover the new bonds and the new bonds cost, even if we reduce this by 1/16 of 1%, which is 1/4 of what we're currently collecting. So I'm not saying we can't cancel it. We're still committed to paying off the bonds. But we have enough excess revenue that we can still provide a sufficient amount or a significant amount to the spaceport for capital improvement projects and still cover the bonds and also continue to cover the mission, the Challenger mission for the school board as well. And talking to the finance and looking at our budget, it also appears that our increase in revenue that's generated by this is actually going up by about 10 to 15, maybe 20% a year. So if we continue at that pace of increasing the revenue with economic development and jobs here in the county, we could be looking at 15 to 18% or 15 to 18 million a year collecting for a $5,000 debt if we don't at least consider some of these options within the next 3 to 5 years before the bonds sunsetted. So all I'm asking the board to do now is just simply give us an opportunity to hear from the public, hear from the spaceport, and hear from all the interested parties in about, 6 weeks? Okay, 6 weeks at an open forum hearing to determine whether this is valuable or whether this is consistent with the will of the people. And any questions?
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Are there any questions?
Chair, I do have a
Commissioner
question.
Chaparro?
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds, has this idea been floated by the board that you sit on? Is this a request from the board, or is this an individual request by you?
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. This is not something that's floated by the board because the board, we have requirements there to simply accept the money that's provided by the counties and to manage that income, specifically with 25% going to some county project and the other 75% going directly to the spaceport. So that board really has, it simply receives the money and then distributes the money based on the state statute. Our board actually has the option to collect from, well, 1/16 of 1%, which is the minimum we can collect in GRT tax, up to 0.5%, okay, which would double the current collection that we have, and then we can provide, we choose to provide that, or we don't choose it. Once we do that, all of that money goes to the spaceport in the 25, except for the 25% that this board decides how it's being used. What I have discussed with the board is the option that we use the excess revenue in order to sunset the bonds that we currently have in a shorter period of time. And the board the Spaceport Regional Tax District Board has said that they're not interested in doing that. And they would rather use the money for capital projects. So this is not really, I mean, they would be impacted by the amount, but as long as it covers the state statute requirements to pay off the bonds, and after providing 25% as our option, then there's no requirement for us to collect more than the amount of money that actually covers the bonds. Does that answer your question?
Well, in a roundabout way. So you're saying that the board on which you sit has not requested of you to bring this to the Board of Commissioners for consideration. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Sorry.
Commissioner Jones. Mr. Chairman, is there anybody from the Spaceport Tax Board here? Okay. I was told, are you Mr. Savage? Yes. I suggest that we invite Mr. Savage to speak.
Sure. Good morning. Good morning. Chair Sanchez, members of the commission. May I speak? Is it? Yes. My name is Wayne Savage. My day job, I work at Arrowhead Center at the university, but I've been involved in economic development and spaceport work around the community since 2007. I had the pleasure of moving back, as one lady mentioned earlier, moving back to Las Cruces to work on the spaceport project. So it is in fact near and dear to my heart from an economic development standpoint. The proposal that's before you, item 12, in my opinion, is getting the cart before the horse here. As Commissioner Reynolds just said, as a board, as a tax district board, we have not discussed a reduction of the tax. We have discussed the sunset option previously, and that is something I actually would support as a citizen. But I believe that what has not been done is to date, we have not vetted nor has Commissioner Reynolds in putting this proposal forward really vetted the financial impacts, the potential financial impacts to those parties that this tax is meant to support. And I think it's also of concern that he's not spoken prior to this date with any of those parties. So we do have representatives here from the spaceport. We have representatives here from the public school district. We do not have anyone here from the New Mexico Finance Authority, but all of those parties have a very vested interest in changes to our current tax structure and how we use those monies and the impacts that they have. So my recommendation is that at this time, we step back from this proposal and get those parties together, have those discussions. And then should the analysis really prove that this is something that we should go forward with, then we've got the base together and we have a more vetted proposal. We have more data on which to make that decision. Does those were my comments for today.
Mr. Chairman, I had a phone conversation last night with Commissioner Travis Day from Sierra County, who was concerned that he had not heard about this proposal until about 4 hours yesterday before our phone call, which took place at about 7 o'clock. He is concerned that the other parties involved have not been in touch with Commissioner Reynolds or each other concerning this, and asked that we postpone this until such time as the State Sport Tax Board can meet and evaluate the proposal. There may be other uses to which the surplus could be put in terms of capitalization. Now, this is only a request to publicize. This is not an action on the merits today. So I would ask that we put this over until a day certain, that day being after the Space Board has met. When is your next meeting, Shannon?
Commissioner Ellens, we already have a meeting scheduled for June the 8th, which, by the way, is between the time that we publish and the time that we actually take this into consideration at the board meeting in July. So the reason we scheduled, that's our normal meeting. But to publish now and then be able to consider this, we aren't obligated to any or all portion of this because we publish. But it does begin the conversation. Everybody has a chance to weigh in. I'd like to point out also that we currently provide over 95% of the funding for the spaceport, and Sierra County could easily increase their collection if they want to try to provide more input. And I don't know that they're thinking about doing that. I just like to have the open discussion with everybody involved. I'm not saying we pass this now. I'm just saying let's publish. Let's give it for 6 weeks for people to look at it. And if we come back in July and we say, look, nobody's in favor and we vote this down, I'm good with that. But I think we can also say, well, sunsetting it, as Mr. Savage has pointed out, sunsetting the GRT tax without additional action from either the citizens or this board is probably a good thing. So we don't have to wait until the last minute or experience an additional bond request or extension of the bond because it wasn't paid off. So I think it's reasonable to go ahead and publish now and then have these discussions later. And then if at the time that it comes up on the agenda 6 weeks from now, we want to postpone it to a date certain, we still have that option. So we don't lose any options by publishing today. And we really just simply put the discussion out to the public and on the table for everybody to talk about. That's my belief.
Mr. Macias, when will this, if we pass this request to publish today, when would this come back to the board for action?
30 days.
It's actually the request to publish and the notice that is there would give it 6 weeks. So rather than being 2 meetings away, it'd be 3 meetings away. And that had to do with some scheduling issues as well. So because we are required by law to give at least 14 days notice, which if we have a meeting and then 2 weeks later is the meeting, that's, if we would have to publish the day we approve publication. So we typically put it off till 2 meetings later, giving it 4 weeks. This one, the discussion with Commissioner Reynolds and the request was that it'd actually be 6 weeks. So there would be 3 meetings from today rather than 2 as we typically have done. So it's July, I had it up just a minute ago and
July 12th.
July 12th. July 12th was the date that's proposed for the meeting if a publication is approved.
Well, I will support the request to publish because it gives us sufficient time. And I'm also a member of the tax board. And I didn't know anything about this until I read the agenda. So I would move to...
Mr. Chairman, forgive me. you really haven't opened it up to any public discussion.
Oh, correct.
And
I
I
was,
know that there's people here that have endured the entirety of the meeting hoping to address the commission, so
I
or
was,
motions are,
I was going to allow the commission to address their questions first, and then I was going to open it to public input.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair.
I just think as standard practice, usually in committees or boards, for the whole board to be informed if they want to publish something before anything. And I think I would want to postpone this, and that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I think we're limited here by the Open Meetings Act as to how many people can have, that we can discuss this with before we've done it. Now, I can tell you that Mr. Nelson, Mr. Gooden actually did have information about it, but we kind of kept it between us, and I did speak briefly with one other commissioner, which is all I'm allowed to do. So I am not able to alert you in advance to tell you that we're going to put this on the agenda as an Open Meetings Act violation. So for that, I wish I could, but that's kind of the way we work.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I think I'm in the boat, I think similar to Commissioner Ellens, where I would support the publication. I believe before we make a final determination is understanding that your next meeting with the Spaceport Board is June 8th. I would love to be able to understand the impact this would have on the spaceport. I would love to see the impact it would have on the school district as well, with the amount, that part of the GRT that goes for STEM-related activities at the school districts. But I know at least at this time, that's kind of where I'm at, is I think having 6 weeks, we can take a look. If we don't have the necessary information at that point, I'd look to probably postpone at that point, but I'd be in support of publication. I don't know, Commissioner Trapado, I don't know if you have any other comments before I open up to public input.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. I'm just concerned if the New Mexico Finance Authority is involved, is that going to give them enough time to have any input? I mean, we're looking at, what, June 8th? That's not very far away.
Or the June 8th would be the Spaceport Board meeting, and then this
Right.
would be back for, okay,
But
got
yeah,
it.
but for the spaceport meeting,
Got it. Okay,
I'm
thank you.
saying, if this is indeed to be, if this is the intention of this board for us to go ahead and just publish, I mean, I'm really uncomfortable with other entities not being given the opportunity to present facts now, or within the next 30 days. Is that going to be sufficient time? I don't think it will be sufficient time. So I'm really uncomfortable with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Trapado. I know for members of the public, I'd like to welcome you all up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, my name is Melissa Force. I'm General Counsel for Spaceport America. I wasn't expecting to speak today. As a matter of fact, I was going to listen to people much smarter than me give their comments. But along the lines of what Commissioner Chaparro was just speaking about, I've been asked to make a preliminary brief statement. I only found out about this matter yesterday. I immediately contacted the bondholder, whose bonds are secured by the GRT. As you might imagine, this is a significant issue for them. They had not been advised that this was even being contemplated. And I'll just say very generally, they were surprised, since their consent would be required for any amendment that would affect their security. But I believe more fundamentally, the commission needs to be aware that there will probably be a legal challenge, certainly a state constitutional challenge to the impairment of contracts. As the commission is no doubt aware, we completed a refinance of the bonds last year. All of us, the spaceport, the tax district, NMFA, we agreed to secure a certain amount of funds for those bonds. And as the commissioner indicated, certainly the NMFA is interested in making sure that that security is not impaired. So I believe that fundamentally, as the commissioner indicated, there are other parties that should be aware of this and could potentially impact the decision whether to trigger a publication that might be of concern to other agencies in the state. And that's basically all I wanted to say. I'm not arguing the merits, and this I don't think is the correct time to do so. Just to let you know that that's going to be an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Miller-Tomlinson.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing public input on this issue this afternoon. Like the speakers before me, I found out about this yesterday, and I am the Deputy Superintendent for the Las Cruces Public Schools, and we rely on a portion of the Spaceport GRT funding along with, it's not only Las Cruces Public Schools, it's also Gadsden and Hatch, so it's county-wide. We use this funding we've really built a nice ecosystem for STEM education across the county, and that also has an impact on economic and workforce development. So our concern is that 30 days is especially when we're talking about sunsetting this in 2029, which will come around very quickly, but to do a proper analysis of the impact that sunsetting the tax would have on the school districts across the county, I feel like we would need more time to do a proper analysis to share that with the board.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Owens?
I have a question for council.
Oh, if you wouldn't mind, yes.
Yes. Vu. Did I understand you to say that even the publication of this proposal would engender litigation?
No, I didn't. I didn't mean to say that. I meant that would trigger concern in other state agencies, including NMFA.
So if we publish and then pass it, that's when we'd see litigation.
Well, I'm not exactly sure. First of all, I'm not saying that you absolutely will see litigation. I mean, I think that's going to be an issue. As a matter of fact, that is a matter of concern. Whether or not, after all the analysis is done, whether there's any basis for a lawsuit, I'm not commenting on that. But it is an obvious issue that is going to be raised within, and we're already in discussion about what this means for the security of the bond, of the bonds that are secured by the GRT. So certainly not the publication that's within your purview. You can publish whatever you decide to publish. I didn't intend to insinuate that would itself trigger any kind of legal action. Just a discussion.
Thank you.
And I don't, if you wouldn't mind, I just had a quick question. I think the GRT, as it exists, has created a surplus recently, has it not? Or at least.
Historically, yes.
So what is done with that? Because I think we've seen, I mean, I don't recall if it was this makeup of the county commission, but I know previous, I think it was the previous county commission that did pass a resolution because of the concern around the monies that were utilized by the previous director at Spaceport America for operations. We received, although it's not an official opinion of the Attorney General, but there was concerns around the use of taxpayer funds for operations at Spaceport America. So I understand the concern that's there, but I think there's also been concern around the use of those excess funds or by Spaceport America. No disrespect to my fellow commissioners, it's not necessarily directed to them, but I think the Spaceport Board, I have not heard or seen of any action taken by the tax board from that perspective. And so I think there's the concern that I have for our taxpayers here in Doña Ana County, that the funds be utilized for the manner they're used in the most effective manner. I think, Spaceport America does have or has been an economic driver. I know we'd love to still continue to see that, but I think there's also been that concern. And I don't know what legal action has been taken since then, but like I said, I see the excess amounts that continue to go into that tax and concern for that use.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And we share your position. We think that that's one of the primary uses for the tax district, frankly, is to help us spend those monies, that surplus, which we call excess pledge revenue, responsibly and correctly under the statute. That's one of the primary reasons, the raison d'etre for the tax district and that board, which is separate and distinct from the Spaceport Board. We've been kind of conflating those two, but they're very separate entities.
No, I understand. I know the Spaceport Tax Board is looking at the monies that come from the GRTs between the two counties. The Spaceport America Board manages the operation. So I understand there's two different, but I think, like I said, I haven't seen the tax board specifically feel like there's been any urgency in a matter of addressing these funds that come from taxpayers and or changes to that. It just seems like business as usual from the Spaceport Tax Board. And I think but I understand I know this is probably arguing.
If I can clarify something for you, I've been working with county council, both for Sierra County and for Doña Ana County, on a resolution that would make it both transparent and streamlined in terms of being able to utilize that money. So far, we have not spent any of that money this year because we're waiting on the tax district to be able to reach an agreement on how we're going to implement a mechanism to make that both transparent, smooth, and clear so that the spaceport and the tax district can cooperatively make that decision in terms of how to spend that money. That's why we haven't spent any of it yet, because we want to make sure that we hold off on doing that until that mechanism is in place. And we've been working for how many months? I mean, since I think October or November of last year on this, and I think we've got a pretty good proposal, but I think there's, people are trying to be cautious and to consider that, but that is on the table, and that is happening, what you're suggesting. We're trying to do that. We haven't just been sitting back, sort of business as usual. We're trying to make that happen.
Okay.
But
Again,
the gears of government.
I understand. I know I'm not on the board, so I know, like I said, I didn't mean, like I said, I think that's where being not on the board, am just kind of seeing what's going on and trying to understand. So I appreciate that update, and thank you so much for clarifying that.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Forrest, I think that's on the agenda for the June 8th meeting, is it not?
I don't know. I wasn't aware of the June 8th meeting. I wasn't aware that had been published.
Oh, you mean the June 8th meeting that we're having?
For the Spaceport District.
I think that when I spoke to Scott yesterday, I think he said he was going to try and present it to the board on the 8th. Yeah, what you were coming up with. So when I spoke to Scott, he said he would like to present it to the board possibly June the 8th.
The tax district.
To the tax district board,
Right.
yes. Correct.
Right. I didn't know about that, and I haven't seen the agenda or anything.
Yeah, Scott and I had a long talk yesterday about the meeting in June and this as well. So, yeah. And if he didn't relate that to you, I'll let him do it.
No, it was a busy day.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you, Mr. Gooden.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair,
Reynolds?
is there any other public comment anybody wants to make? Okay, because I do want to close with some, or
Chair, members of the commission, thank you for the discussion. Just one point. There's been talk about excess revenues, and as you noted, there have been excess revenues in the past. Some of them have not been used perhaps how they should have been. Commissioner Reynolds has been pursuing, trying to get reporting on what those exact numbers are. We don't know what those exact numbers are. Commissioner Reynolds, just suggested that in the future, those numbers could be $15 or $20 million. We don't know that. And without the time to, number one, get the reporting and do some legitimate financial analysis, we don't know how much excess revenue is there. We don't know what the opportunities are from the Spaceport Authority yet on how those could be applied. We also have the opportunity, as the commissioner suggested, we could actually pay off some or all of the bonds earlier. Those are all options. But we need the time, and I will respectfully say, we've talked about a June 8th meeting. It has not been scheduled. It has not been noticed yet. So we're working on that as a tax district board. We have a lot of work to do to finalize this proposal on how projects would be vetted and funded through the excess revenues by the tax district board. It's work that's long overdue. It should have been in place years ago. But all of that is not going to get processed in the next 6 weeks. So my recommendation would stand to postpone approval of this publication of the ordinance until we have a chance to really work together to make sure we understand the facts and we have a game plan on how to go forward. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savage.
Chair, I have a question for
Commissioner
Mr.
Kapana?
Savage. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Savage, so you're requesting additional time to get some financial analysis done. How much time are you anticipating?
Well, as I was not aware of this issue until yesterday as well, I agree with your earlier comment. I think 30 days to get active discussions, productive discussions and analysis with NMFA is probably not enough. My guess is that if we had 60 days based on what we know today and the proposals that are in the pipeline, maybe 60 days is enough. But we haven't had a chance to discuss that to really determine. Thank you.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Ellens?
You need 60 days to complete an ongoing discussion.
We need 60 days to begin a discussion, sir. That's my concern, is that we have not begun the discussion at this point.
So you won't begin the discussion for at least 60 days. 60 days.
I think the discussion will begin at our, hopefully, what is our June 8th Task District Board meeting. But at that time, I think we will then identify the actions necessary to review the data, review the proposals, and we can then come back to this board with a proposal.
Well, who's leading the charge?
At this point, I would say Commissioner Reynolds is. He's the only one that's raised the issue. We're responding to this agenda item today.
Yes, but you're responding that there are other proposals that might emerge that would affect our vote on this one way or another if it were to come up.
Yes, sir, I believe that's true.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellens.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a question for Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden, as you and I have spoke, let's assume that we actually do enact this reduction in the GRT tax on July the 12th, let's say it's approved, when would that take effect?
A change in tax rates can only take place the 1st of January or the 1st of July, so it would not take effect until January 1st of 2023. The documentation has to be to Tax and Rev 3 months ahead of time, I believe it is, so that they can implement the changes at the beginning of either January or July.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. So even if we decide on July the 12th that we do want to make the reduction, we still have another roughly 6 months to change if we need to. And I'm not asking that we have to wait till that or we can't postpone this. I'd like to start the discussion, and I want to welcome anybody who's interested in this to reach out to me, except for the commissioners, okay, to have a discussion about what my reasoning is. I don't think I've had a chance to have a discussion. Wayne, I had a little bit of discussion with you yesterday. Melissa, I haven't had one with you. I've had one with Scott, and I haven't had one with the school. And I think that I would like to say something that's part of what I would discuss in July, but it's important here. That if, in fact, we sunset the bond in 2029, yes, the school is the one that's going to be impacted the most. My goal is to separate your dependency on this GRT tax and provide an additional or a different source of funding for what the schools are getting right now. That's my goal. I've spoken to Senator Souls about this, and he says there is a mechanism that we can put in place so that you're not dependent on the GRT tax in order to continue the Challenger mission and the other STEM programs throughout the school districts. I would like to have this discussion. So this is neither an attack on any of the efforts that the Spaceport's doing or the schools. This is simply what I would call an adjustment of our participation in the process. Instead of being 95% responsible for all the funding and all the activity taking place mostly in Sierra County, I'm trying to figure out a way to balance that responsibility and support so that all of the parties who are getting benefit from it are equally participating as much as possible. Because like I said before, Sierra County has the option to raise their GRT tax to 50.5%. They've never even offered to do that, and we've never discussed that in the Spaceport, and the Spaceport tax districts, but they were very quick to turn around and say the Spaceport could use our $7 million for operations, even though this board passed 2 resolutions to say it was illegal. So I guess my point is and I'm not even trying to be emotional about this, I'm just trying to point out that there's got to be a sense of balance and fairness in the way we do this in representing our public. And that's what I'm trying to do. And it's not trying to stop anybody, keep you from having the money necessary to function, but I think that every party that's going to benefit and participate needs to figure out a way to provide equal participation as much as possible and equal benefit. And with that, if we have this meeting on July the 12th, great. If we postpone it, great. If we pass something, great. If we don't pass something, great. I'm just trying to look at something that my community has been talking about for 20 years, and I'm trying to give us an opportunity to look at that. Another thing is with the inflation, returning $4 million a year back to the citizens is not a bad thing, a tax reduction. So, and we can still cover the bonds. I've done all the analysis. I'd love to hear NMFA come up with something different to say we can't cover the bond cost. And I think you're talking about the bond rating, something else. But I'd like to have those discussions between now and July.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Are there any other members of the public that like to provide any input?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Last point.
Yeah.
Commissioner Reynolds, I'd really like to thank you for bringing this discussion forward. I think it's sorely needed, and I think it's about time we start discussing this. But I believe, and in my past experience on sitting on different boards, is that all the members that will be impacted start that discussion there and then move forward to this commission. I'm still very uncomfortable with the timeline, but I thank you for starting the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. And I do feel that this might be a strain. That's why if we just publish and then we postpone the hearing, give everybody time, we still have that option. And so we're only required at a minimum to do 3 weeks. We're not required to not do it in 4 months. We still have that option when this comes around on July 12th. So we have the flexibility.
Well, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, if we publish notification that we're going to have a meeting on July 12th, and then that gets postponed, we have to republish that again, is when that hearing is going to be. So we can't just come in and say, well, we're going to postpone it. I mean, if it's 1 week, I mean, the notice requirements that are necessary get a little sticky when we come in for the hearing, and then we postpone at that date the actual hearing on it, but we still have to be sure we're giving proper notice. And so if we postponed it, if we came in 6 weeks and said, well, we're going to postpone it for another 6 weeks, we need to redo all the publication again, so that the public has notice.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Allens?
there are too many stakeholders and too many unknowns, and I'm inclined not to vote to publish until things are brought together and we can look at the possible substantive questions that are involved if we were to reduce the tax.
Thank you, Commissioner Allens. Any last input? Before we vote, I don't know if there's going to be any other motions. I just want to give an opportunity if there's going to be a motion. All right, not hearing any other motions, so we have a motion and a second for approval of publication of the ordinance amending the county regional spaceport gross receipts tax before us. So, Brandy, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Ellens,
No.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
No.
Vice Chair Murillo,
No.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. That agenda item fails with 2 voting in favor, 3 voting against. All right, then we'll move on to now agenda item number 13, which is to review and comment on the Sunland Park McNutt commercial annexation petition of 10 parcels in the McNutt Road right-of-way totaling 46.46 acres located at the northwest corner of McNutt and Country Club Roads. Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request that was submitted to the city of Sunland Park for an annexation. That property is located on McNutt and Country Club Road. It is adjacent to their city limits. You can see on the aerial it's mostly vacant. There are 3 commercial developed properties on there. It's a restaurant, an office building, and a real estate office. It is actually, it starts to fill in a gap there in the city, kind of smoothing out their edges. The existing zoning on the property it's a combination of commercial and residential in our current code. Just leave that aerial up for everyone to look at. The DRC did meet on May 24th to review and comment. I'm sorry, not on May 24th. On May 5th, the DRC met and provided comments for the BOCC to consider including in the letter to Sunland Park, and I will go over those comments. The first one, there could be significant drainage problems from the residential streets, but at the northeast corner of the property, there are drainage structures in place that should not be disturbed as they are functioning appropriately. Number 2, the city of Sunland Park should contact the New Mexico Department of Transportation to discuss the McNutt Road right-of-way. Number 3, water and wastewater infrastructure systems shall be designed by a professional engineer and will be approved by the Camino Real Regional Utility Authority. Number 4, Doñana County shall be provided agency review for all proposed developments within the area of annexation based on infrastructure impacts and how the roadways and utilities will be developed over time. Additionally, the annexed area shall be surveyed rather than using the GIS maps to determine the exact boundaries. Flood Commission has floodplain maps and can provide historical documentation. And number 5, a petition for incorporation of the City of Santa Teresa was filed with the BOCC on July 14, 2015, that included the area that is the subject of the proposed annexation. That petition was pending before the BOCC when the request for annexation was made to the City of Sunland Park. And then we referenced that case. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Are there any questions for Ms. Ainsworth? No.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this
Mr. Reynolds?
looks amazingly similar to another parcel that they annexed.
I mean, it's a completely different parcel than anything that we brought forward. But because their lines jog so much, I can see where it might look similar to another area that might have been proposed for annexation. This one actually, like I said, it starts to smooth out some of those uneven edges. And so it actually makes sense to go forward with this one.
Sorry, I chuckle only because I'm so used to seeing like a donut hole or something
Right,
in the middle
yes.
here from Sunland Park, and so it's
Right.
nice to see something that's solid and.
Right, contiguous and smooth.
Exactly. All right, then if there's no other input, I'll ask for a motion to approve the letter as provided in the packet. Or I don't know if it's, approve the letter and comment to the City of Sunland Park. So if I can get a motion to approve that comment.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Chaparro,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Ellens. Is there any public input?
Mr. Chair, we have Mr. Westmoreland in the back, and I'm not sure if he wanted to comment or not.
Would you like to provide a comment, or? Okay, very good. Just wanted to make sure. All right, any other comments from the commission, questions? Okay, hearing none, then Randy, will you call the roll on agenda item 13?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. All right, item 14 has been, we tabled, and so we're on to agenda item 15. Is there any correspondence, Randy?
Yes. Magdalena Valdez versus Doña Ana County. Julian Valdez versus, Valenzuela versus Doña Ana County. Amanda Hernandez versus Doña Ana County. Darlene Oaks versus Doña Ana County. Ryan Freemeyer versus Doña Ana County. Billy Lou Gillespie versus Doña Ana County.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, then I think that concludes our agenda for the day. So if there's no objections, we'll call this meeting adjourned at 12:58 p.m.